All right. Sorry for the long wait. Gonna set up my mic here. All right, so I doubt any of you have maybe even heard this game before. I think only a few people may have. I remember playing this when I was a teenager, and I still love it to this day. Now I already have a save file set up, and to be honest, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, like, if I want to play through this, to play through the campaign, or if I want to continue playing on my save file. But hmm. I'm thinking maybe I can try some of the story, and then I can just go back to my already established save file and play some of that. Let me turn on the. Okay. Apparently my OBS isn't picking up the game audio. Let me give me a second. There we go. That seems to work. Do. Alright, I just set up on Discord. I can see the chat. Oh yeah, there's also a lot of lore in this game, so like whenever we run into a monster for the first time, I am gonna read the lore just because I just like to read it. Okay. Do. Okay. I wish there's a better place to put my mic than right in front of the monitor. I mean, I guess I can put it by my legs, but it's not gonna feel very comfortable. Alright, here we go. Plug in my controller, I mean. Okay, maybe I can... Okay, hopefully the mic doesn't fall from here. Okay, hopefully this works. Yeah, let's do new game just so you guys are up to speed on what exactly this game is all about.
Soul sacrifice.
In this world, the weak of heart succumb to greed, but their crimes will not go unnoticed, for the sorcerers are watching, and it is they who mete out punishment to the guilty, they who murder in the name of justice. We'll read more about, like, what the sorcerer's deal is later.
awful cry.
Here we go.
Did you hear that awful cry? What should I do? I'm next. I can't bear to think of the pain. How terrible it must be. He is called Magusa, an evil sorcerer who devours human sacrifices. Help me! I hear footsteps! Magusa's henchmen have come! No! 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 Wait! Please! No! How I'd wished I could keep my power from you. Oh no, my secret's discovered. So much for my great escape. I couldn't tell anybody that I was reading that book. I was almost there. I was so close to learning Magusa's secret.
Hey! You there! Yeah, you! Over here!
Could use the mouse.
You must read me next! It's your destiny! Did you just see how that last one died, Hurry up and hide me, you idiot, before Magusa discovers me! That hurt, you bumbling fool! Calm down, you spineless half-wit. I am Libron. I am a book, and a fine one at that. I am the journal of a certain sorcerer. But I am no ordinary journal. You can revisit my contents in Phantom Quests. Go on, have a peek.
Alright, time for the tutorial level. Well, kind of the tutorial level.
We are companions. We walk this blood-stained road together.
Okay, got lock on. There we go.
What's wrong? Why are you so restless? Who am I? What a stupid question. I am Magusa. I am your companion. Stay focused.
Hey, Aurelie Isaac 1, how's it going? What's up? Not much. I'm playing Soul Sacrifice Delta.
Our work here is done. You are not injured, I trust.
I hardly see anybody talking about this game, but apparently it does have an active player base still, even after the servers got closed down. Ooh, nice. Okay, are there anything I can throw? Okay. We'll learn more about this monster too later. By the way, do you stream every day? I really should, but not consistently. I try to though. I might stream this again tomorrow actually because I play this so often.
We must be on our guard.
Can I even reach? This thing does have a name. I just don't want to spoil it. Oki, yeah, Oki. What the? Oh. Nope, nope. Where's the arrow? Arrows, arrows, arrows. The setup is a lot different than how I usually play. Where's the? Okay, yeah. I guess it's not here for the. I guess it's not here. Usually there's like a guy that pops up here and you can attack him. To make him stop doing that water beam attack. Oh shit, and I can't lay down bombs.
No choice! Behold the Black Rite!
By the way, how was your day going so far? It's going okay so far. I woke up early in the morning, so I ended up sleeping for most of the morning. But then I woke up at 12 and now I'm doing this. I meant to stream like first thing in the morning, but I accidentally messed up my UI, so I had to build up everything from scratch.
Well, how did it feel to relive the past? What you saw was recreated from the journal. You met Magusar, I presume, back before he went positively mad. No, you're not dreaming. This is just what I do. Every secret is written within me. To find the answers, read me to the end. I even tell the secrets of Magusar. Study the journal closely, and you may think of a way out of this terrible mess. You'd be the first to succeed. The rest have failed miserably, I'm afraid. Submit to Magusar or seek liberation. These are your only choices. Go on now, keep reading. For that is your only hope.
How long have you been streaming? I want to say a few months. Actually been streaming I remember streaming like years ago back in 2010, but then I stopped and then I started streaming again some other year that I don't remember, and then I streamed again. So technically I've been streaming for years, but really I've only been trying to do it consistently for a few months. Okay, so here's a funny thing you can do that you can get a trophy for. Where's my mouse? Oh, I shut it off. Huh. All right. Oh, great. Yeah. Damn it. You can get a trophy for doing this, but I already got the trophy, so where is it? Where is it? I gotta find another one. It's funny how they just threw this in here. They just added it. Ah, damn it. Okay. How was your experience going with this game? I like this game. I really do. I enjoy it. I've been playing it since I was a teen, so maybe it could just be nostalgia, but I think it still holds up on today, even now. What are these things? Maggots? You'll see more of it later after I squitch one of these roaches because I insist on showing it. That's cool, yeah. Where is Roach? Roach. Got it! Alright, that's enough. By the way, don't forget water. Stay hydrated. Indeed. Too bad I don't have a water emo, but I do have some... I don't know if you could hear that. My mic filters out noise, so following. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I'm okay. Let's get this game started. Read journal. Oh wait. Let me check the audio on this thing. I'm fussy about audio all the time. Audio. Huh? No. I want to play in English. Yeah. I wish I could speak Japanese. It would make watching my Japanese YouTubers easier. I don't have to rely on those shitty auto subtitles. No. Ah, fuck that. There we go. Dedication to my future self, the Beast. Madman Chronicles, read the journey of a sorcerer's peculiar and dramatic destiny. Use the right stick or drag the flick to turn the pages. Press 0 button to go back to the table of contents. Okay. Now this is the fun part. You can actually you can use, well, okay. In the emulator, the touchscreen, what used to be the Vita's touchscreen is just the mouse. So you could just use the, just use the mouse to make it function like the touchscreen. You can just do this. Hey, Grace and Ace One, how you doing? How are you? Oh, I'm doing okay. You can just do. How do you manage hard work and stream? That's a good question. I'm usually a pet sitter, but I decided to take a break from pet sitting because recently I've been stretching myself thin, taking care of so many dogs at once, and it led to negative reviews from the owners because, you know, some of their dogs were getting hurt, some of them weren't getting enough water, and some were getting anxious. One of them came home with fleas, so I was like, okay, maybe I just need to take a break until I'm actually able to take care of so many dogs at once. So right now I'm on a break, and I'm trying to make streaming my full-time job, but you know, you have to get lucky for that to happen. But hey, hopefully I do get lucky, especially with YouTube updating their little their monetization thing, so that way it's even harder for new people to get off the ground. Now you need more views and over a period of less time, I think. Hello, Reaper Ren. Hi. You and your stupid sideways 3 mouth. I mean, I do it too, but yeah, blah blah. Okay, let's have enough to. Playing games from GrabTap pays. Okay. By the way, your PNG is looking so good. Thank you. I got this from an artist who isn't around anymore. She went by the name Ellie Momelli, but I'm pretty sure she left Twitter and Blue Sky. So unfortunately, I don't know where she is. I didn't make it. No, I wish I did. I wish I could draw, man. She was also a good artist too. She also made my stream overlay, and she also made some YouTube stills, which I might use in the future. Are you an author also? I'm an aspiring author. I want to. There are several. Okay, I'm trying to make a YouTube video about all the story. All the original stories I've made, ideas I've made over the years. None of them are finished, but I did create concepts for them. Some of them are fan fictions, you know, like a Naruto fan fiction, Digimon fan fiction, that sort of thing. And then some of them are original ideas, which I think I'll get to in the video when I stop procrastinating. Speaking of procrastinating, let's dive right into the game.
Rise, or this will be your resting place.
I had been caught off guard, knocked cold by a monster. The woman mocked my vulnerability, my oafishness with cruel insults. Yet we had only just met.
By the way, do you have a Discord? Yes, I do. Hang on. Like, do you mean a Discord server or just a Discord in general? Because I do have a Discord. I have both. Hang on. I'm at work at the moment. I'll try and say a funny joke or two in the chat every now and then. Thank you, Ren. I love you. Okay, let me see if I set up the... Both? Okay, well, let me see if I set up the chat to, the chat bot to give out the Discord. Love you too. Okay, I did not. Okay, give me a second. Let me see if it... Okay, it still works for the Ko-fi. That's good. Huh? Why is it posting it twice though? That's weird. Huh? No, it's posting it like 3 times. I don't know. Huh? Okay, let me share the Discord. Give me a second. I do have a Discord server, but it's more so for my friends than anything. So, maybe I'll make a community server if I take off. But for now, I guess I'll just share my my normal Discord, like my Discord profile. I wonder if there's a way you can share it. Call her Sugar on Blue Sky. I bully her there by calling her cute every blue moon. Yeah. Oh, your friend is an artist. I mean, she wasn't really my friend necessarily, but she was a good artist, yes. And unfortunately, I just don't know where she is nowadays. I wish I was an artist, man. I wish I could draw on my own. It would probably, I don't know. I feel like it would make like creating characters easier. I think your character has a lot of potential. Turning it into live 2D or 3D model will really bring it to life. Yes, I agree. Nice try, Gray. What is Gray? What is Gray, like a commissioner for live 2D or 3D or something? Okay, okay, it looks like I can't okay. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so I can't share, well, hang on. Man, it's been a while since, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna share the server. Why not? People are hungry for money. Yeah, me too. The story of my life. Okay, here's my Discord server. Just be aware it's more so for my friends than any community, so you're not gonna see any fancy stuff like you would see in a community server. All right, enough sitting on the screen.
Do anything anything to slow me down, you'll be the first to die.
Her name was Sultiara, and she was displeased at being my partner. It is the stone cold truth. Many, taking the ordeal, forfeit their lives.
Anyhow, I'm gonna bounce for a bit, have fun. Thank you. Oh yeah, random fun fact. The characters in this game have a different name than how they were in the original Japanese version. In the original Japanese version, the names are from Arthurian myth. So hang on. Let me look it up for a second. I keep getting distracted. Because Sortiara has a different name. Give me a second. So Sortiara is supposed to be Nimue, which I think is the Lady of the Lake in Arthurian myth. I think they changed it because in some parts of Europe, Arthurian myth is still taken very seriously, which I guess in the same way that some people still treat some Christians treat Abrahamic myth seriously, that sort of thing. Select a pact to relive a monster battle in a phantom quest. You may also directly tap a pact. Goblins. Okay, this is what I like about Soul Sacrifice. The monsters are created from like regular animals. Like goblins are basically mutated rats. I can't read the lore on it right now, but I'll read it later. Only some descendants of a certain lesser line have what it takes to perform spells. It is customary for such descendants to undertake the ordeal when they approach adulthood. Disposing of monsters is a sorcerer's duty. Even if they show their original form, grant them no mercy. Even the areas have their own lore. Again, I can't read the lore right now, but I'll read it later.
Stay the hell awake or die.
Offerings and spells. Make offerings of the things you own and gain magical power in exchange for their life force. I have a surprise for you. Okay. What's the surprise? There are hundreds of items that can be used as offerings. Oh, you just followed me? Okay, I didn't see the alert, so thanks for the follow. Yeah, I didn't see the alert. I don't even know if it popped up, but here's a surprise. I didn't see it pop up, so I don't know if it did pop up or... No worries. Yeah. I don't know, maybe something's wrong with the bot. Maybe I didn't see it, or... I don't know. Alright, thanks for the follow. Saving or sacrifice. Saving increases your life level, boosting your defense. Sacrifice magic level up, increases your magic level, boosting your attack. By the way, I send you a message on Discord. Joining Avalon. Sacrificing renews offering strength. Avalon sorcerers gain the following effects. Sacrifice, renew offering, salvation, restore health.
Stay the hell awake or die.
Yes, I heard you. Oh, alright. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm saving these monsters, it's because normally I save monsters in I'm a Sanctuarium main. That's what it is. I'm a Sanctuarium main. I know you don't know what that means, but we'll figure it out later. Punch, punch. I don't wanna. Look at them go. Little cheese boys. Okay, I'm looking through my Discord. I don't see a message anywhere. I mean, you joined my Discord, but I don't see like any like sending a message anywhere. Healing, evasive, weapon, okay. Okay, I can customize my character now, and I can read the postscript early. All right.
Sortiara grinned, flashing her teeth after routing the goblins. It was the first time I saw her smile. I told her that she looked better when she was angry. She almost killed me for that. But little did I know that I would never see her smile again. And worse, the memory of her smile would haunt me forever.
Wait! I almost forgot. This journal can be altered slightly. Only certain special pages, of course.
Which part of Delta do you find the most fun? That's a good question. I think it's all the new monsters that are based on grim fairy tales, like Hansel and Gretel and Snow White, that sort of thing. I think that's really cool. I also like the DLC. I also like the DLC packs, but we'll get to those later. Thank.
Here, let me show you.
Oh, damn. I wanted to read that.
This is a portrait of a previous sorcerer. But this is a portrait that can be retouched, thus changing the appearance of the sorcerer in the stories.
Okay. Well, I'm a woman, so let's make her a woman. I like the singing, too. Oh my god, there's so many options. At least it's not as bad as like in more modern games. You can just create whatever you want, literally whatever you want instead of preset options. I'll just go with this face. Wait, no. Yeah, that's how I think. I'm like, oh wait. Okay, I think this is fine. Skin color, yeah, the fairy tale inspiration is really cool. Which monster is your favorite? Oh my goodness, that's your favorite. Okay, speaking in terms of the fairy tale monsters, I think I will have to go with Hansel and Gretel, because I just really love the whole locust idea. Like the famine in the original Hansel and Gretel is because of locusts, and then they become locusts too. I may have to replay more fairy tale monsters to really choose, but right now I'm thinking of Hansel and Gretel. In terms of all the monsters in general, I'll just go with the Leviathan because it's something of a snake monster, and I have something for snakes. Also, it's really big, which cool. Also, its fight is very easy. I don't know. Let's see. I'm not that dark, but let's go with this. Ooh, nice, yeah. Okay. I wish there were longer hair options, although it does make sense that there wouldn't be a lot of long hair. I don't really do ponytails anymore. Wait, didn't one of the face options have like a tattoo on the eye or something? I like that. By the way, I'm working on a project. Would you like to see that on Discord? Sure. Let's see here. I don't like the face attached to it. Okay. Okay. By the way, how long have you been streaming today? I just started, I think. Like, I didn't even hit the, I don't even think I hit the 1 hour mark, or maybe I did, I'm not sure, but I plan to stream for longer. Yeah, this is my main outfit right here. By the way, I'm really enjoying your stream. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna use the white cat outfit. I like having my character have a unique outfit. What other games are you playing mostly? Let's see. I usually play turn-based RPGs on my own time. Like I feel like I also play some roguelikes. I feel like there isn't really any genre I lean towards. Like I feel like I can play pretty much anything except shooters. I'm not really into shooters. Or simulation games, really. Trying to find a deep voice.
You know, no one remembers the name of this long-lost sorcerer. But we can't very well leave it blank. Fill in your own name, will you?
Wait, that's a spoiler. No, actually... No, there's a reason.
This person belongs to the distant past. No one will mind if you smudge them out of existence.
Aw.
Hey, don't you get sick of reading?
After your stream, come to Discord. Okay.
I can't see how you do it. I hate reading, to be quite honest. Oh my, what am I saying? I forgot I'm a book.
That's a new line. I never heard him say that.
Look, you're going to love this. Wipe the moisture around my eye. That droplet on the tip of your finger, it can be put to great use. You can use it to erase portions of the records within me. But only parts of them, mind you. New droplets will form again in time. Check back now and then. Oh, and by the way, these are not tears, you miserable troll.
I didn't even say they were tears. But what else are they? It's water coming out of your eyes. Dedication to my future self, the Beast. One last thing to be noted. My name, before I forget it. Forgetting one's existence, a fate worse than death. My name is redacted. Contained within these pages is proof of my existence. Oh, man. I meant to...
Half of those who attempt the Sorcerer's Ordeal will die. This was perhaps the only thing we knew for sure. The grueling Sorcerer's Ordeal is administered by Avalon. By passing the ordeal, one could join the society and become a fully fledged sorcerer. She was just another person who signed up along with me.
Follow my lead. Death to all.
Anything I told her fell upon deaf ears. But I knew this could work in my favor. I was wise to keep my distance, so that I could be done with her when the time came. And we both knew that eventually that time would come. Better not to get too attached.
Okay, we got orcs, which are mutated cats. This page is about the owner of the journal. Changes made to each category affect Phantom quests. Assign offerings to change the spells you take on quests. Customize 2 palettes of 3 offerings each. You can also drag icons from right to left to assign. Restrictions offerings, you can bring 2 offerings of 1 type into a Phantom quest, though it is said a special sigil can relax this restriction. Alright. Can I assign this to... It's so weird to not be able to do the things I usually do in a game like this. Most sorcerers belong to an organization called Avalon. Joining is proof one has become of age as a sorcerer. One of my earliest memories is of my parents telling me about necessary evils. My parents were sorcerers. It was fated their path would become mine. The bloodstained path I walk to this day.
Follow in my wake.
Yes, I know all of this.
Make the sacrifice. Put the bloody thing out of its misery. Quick, make a sacrifice. Quick, make a sacrifice.
Can't make me. Oh! Didn't mean to press that. Ah, eepy. Got the shield. Yay, lore.
Sortiara mercilessly pounded away at the slaughtered monster. It was dead beyond any doubt. I tried to stop her, but she glared at me enraged, saying,
Get in my way, and you will be next.
It was nightfall. As we sat warming ourselves at the bonfire, I heard a sob. Sortiara was weeping, clutching her right arm. The Blight. A deformation of the right arm, the price we sorcerers pay to wield magic. The sight of her tears brought pangs to my heart. I gently caressed her back in solace. Her sobs echoed in the dark of night. I could only imagine her pain as my hand rested upon her sobbing frame.
You know that woman who appears in the journal? You would be wise to watch her closely. She'll have an impact on our author.
The arm smarts. It was an odd expression, but Sortiara spoke of her bloodlust thus. This monster was once human. A sorcerer who had misused his magic and transformed himself into a monster. We sorcerers are tasked with the disposal of such lost men. Looking at the beast, Sortiara said,
Don't think, kill.
it was an order. As if I needed to be told. We all know that sorcerers are in the business of murder.
Yeah, I can read the lore now. Yeah, I gotta go on. Alright, Jack-o'-lantern. Let's see what the Jack-o'-lantern's deal is. Perhaps you already know the story of the war, of the Romulus Empire seeking world domination and the sorcerers rising up against them. The damage incurred remains widespread. Among the victims, those arouse a curiosity known as the Jack-o'-lantern. Even in triumph, the Empire sacrificed many soldiers in the struggle. However, some warriors are not afforded a warrior's death. They say it was the sorcery pervading the battlefield. They did not die like men. To this day, their fight continues. For their soldierly regrets remained and strove to rouse their lifeless flesh. But bereft of strength, their bodies failed to respond. Yet still, they could not die, for king and for country. Though their hearts had stopped beating, they tried to rise again. In a miraculous fashion, their undying resolve bonded with remnants of sorcery filling the air. The will of the soldiers began to manifest from the junk of weaponry and armor around them. As the wreckage accumulated, it assumed an almost inhuman shape. Overcoming the bonds of flesh, their intense longing had taken form, and despite losing their human frame, the soldiers emerged again. As armor and blades grew in giant clusters, some said they were like pumpkins raised on the battlefield. A faint glow emanated from their cores like a lamp. Aptly named Jack-o'-lantern, these aberrations are now a common sight in the ravaged fields of war. Knowing nothing but endless battle, they fight without pause. Despite losing their humanity and all sense of self, they remain in this world. They lead a fearsome existence, eternally yearning for the next conflict. So basically, jack-o'-lanterns are the wandering souls of dead soldiers. Huh? Huh? Well, maybe not dead, but I guess they're just too determined to die, I guess. And of course, the area has lore to it too. The Plains of Olympia. Once upon a time, this land was inhabited solely by a tribe known as the Druids, who had the power to manipulate the world around them, bending it to their will. Everything in the land was under their control. Trees, earth, and water. Sheeps, cows, and goats. I said sheeps. A modern observer would consider it nothing short of miraculous. Little did the Druids know, however, that their period of domination was soon to end. Their downfall was triggered by the aggressive influx of a new tribe, known as the Romulus. Though the Druids were gentlefolk, no tribe can remain peaceful when its existence is under threat. Making use of their curious powers, they tried to halt the invasion of the Romulus. The conflict that followed would become known as the Olympian War. The mysterious powers possessed by the Druids caused the Romulus to tremble with fear. Humans, after all, fear what they cannot understand. And most react to this fear in the same way. They try to force their own interpretations onto things they do not understand, in the hope that their fear would subside. The Romulus leaders branded the Druids as heretics who had made a pact with the devil. The thought of this heresy soon changed the ordinary Romulus' fear into hatred, inciting further hostility towards the Druids. The special powers used by the Druids during the conflict would become the first recorded use of sorcery in history. But they say that the Druids' magical powers came at a price, and took a great toll on their bodies, which would start to decay as if cursed. As the conflict with the Romulus dragged on, the Druids' use of sorcery led to huge casualties to both sides. Consequently, this sorcery also encouraged the Romulus to improve their armory. By honing their metalworking, the Romulus could produce armor and shields capable of withstanding the Druids' sorcery. With these factors on their side, the Romulus eventually secured victory. The land, however, had become ravaged by the conflict. The use of sorcery had mutated much of the land and its creatures. Some of them even began to prey on humans. The Plains of Olympia, the war's main battlefield, suffered deeper and longer-lasting scars from the conflict. The land itself is now dominated by the descendants of the victorious Romulus. The remnants of the Druids have mostly been assimilated into Romulus society. Yet even after years of intermarriage, some still retain the special powers of their Druid ancestors, forming a mystical clique of sorcerers. Monsters must be punished, even if they show their humanity. Killing in the name of justice was sorcerer's duty. So this is the battlefield. Oh, there's writing in the sky, probably because we're in a journal.
Don't second guess yourself. Murder is what we're here for.
Make the sacrifice! Put the bloody thing out of its misery!
I'm gonna do what the bird tells me this first time, but after that I'm gonna after I switch to Sanctuarium, I'll just save it like I want to. No bombs, alright. And there's our jack-o'-lantern. Mind's Eye doesn't work on in the emulator for some reason. It lets you see the curse parts, but not the actual health of the monster. And it doesn't help you see soul shards either, which sucks. How did I end up a soldier? Oh yeah, the monsters talk when they're being attacked, and they talk more the lower their health goes down. Whoops, didn't mean to do that.
Slow me down and I'll be coming on to you next.
Use Mind's Eye to find places to restore your offerings.
It doesn't work like that in the emulator, so Tiara. Such abominable cruelty. War. Must I die in a place like this? To think of all I left behind. I wish I had been kinder to my mother. Aww. Oh, mother! My dear mother! How I dreamed of my home coming. How could I ever go back now? I want to go home. I don't want to do this, but this is what the journal says happened. Well, not necessarily, but... I eat something, I will come back to your stream. Alright. See you later.
Drown this world in blood.
Bye-bye. See you later. He's offering good.
We took care of that lost soul. Yes, we did. The sensation of flaying flesh was not easily forgotten. This is what sorcerers do. Murder. In his final breath, I heard a faint voice say, "Help me." Death to monsters. The creed of the sorcerer. Whether I liked it or not, I had to live with it.
I'm back. How's your face doing? It's doing fine, I guess. I imagine you would say it looks cute. Yeah.
We peered at his corpse, and Sortiara said this.
Take a good look. One of us will share his fate.
The ordeal plodded onward towards the dreadful conclusion she suggested.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It is cute, yeah.
Whatever you learn in these pages will stay with you in this world. Eventually, you will learn to cast magic on your own. Then, you'll have a chance at bringing Magusar to his knees.
Had she lied to me? She had told me from the very beginning.
Beware. I will kill you in an instant if it furthers my aims.
But then something happened that made me wonder. She shielded me from a monster.
Oh, wait.
She shielded me from a monster. As if prepared to die for me. But why? I have no value to one such as her.
Also, last night I started replaying Hotline Miami. The music and gameplay are still dope. Nice. I thought it was Hotline Miami 2, though. Unless I misremembered.
It made little sense. But whatever the case, it may be harder than I had thought to let this woman die. I was determined to overcome this fight.
Ghouls. Let's read up on ghouls. Crows are omnivorous creatures. They love nothing more than to feed on carrion, even the flesh of fallen sorcerers. Some crows know that feeding on a dead sorcerer yields a curious power. When crows absorb sorcery, it builds up within them, fanning the flame of their desire. The sharper ones amongst you might be asking, but what do crows desire? The answer is that they wish to imitate humans. The truth is that crows have always been one of the most intelligent species of birds. That is true, and their sharp minds have led them to one clear conclusion. In order to ensure a better future for their species, they must learn from the most intelligent creature of all, man. Those crows that absorbed sorcery learned from mankind and began to build their own society. Before long, clear divisions arose in the society between the rulers and the ruled. The ruling class mercilessly exploited those beneath them. Whenever the lower order of crows found food, they had to give a share to the rulers, a mirror to humanity. In time, the upper class awakened to concerns beyond mere survival. If a crow from the lower orders picked up a shiny object, an elite crow would often steal it to use as an adornment. They did this in imitation of the ruling classes in human societies. Humans would adorn their garments with jewels to display their status. There were no limits to the greed of the ruling crows. Their society was a fine mirror indeed, but it was not enough to simply mimic mankind. The next step was to surpass it. And precisely because they were intelligent, the crows knew that intelligence alone would not be enough to achieve this. The reason man ruled the world was because his greed surpassed that of all other creatures. To surpass man, it was necessary to become greedier than him. The rulers of the crows had not forgotten. They still remembered where they had first tasted greed and desire, upon tasting the body of a sorcerer. They knew their greed would grow stronger with repetition of this act, and so these magically altered crows began to hunt sorcerers, and finally became known as ghouls, feared and despised by sorcerers. I'll play both, but I might as well play them in release order. Not chronological order, because I'd be hopping between two games, but that would be silly. Yeah. I hear Crow, and I think of that one Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's character. Yeah, brain rot. Okay, let's see what I got here. Yes, I know the boost offerings, but I'm not going to do that right now. Hmm. Anyhow, hopping off for a few minutes, smooch. I carried Sortiara to a shady spot. Lying there unconscious, she looked like any other girl. She could have been anyone. My father was also a sorcerer. He died battling a monster, but it was not the monster that killed him. It was his companion that ended his life. My father was sacrificed. An honorable death. I feel no sadness. He made me promise not to. Man. So Tiara's out of commission, so I'm on my own right now. Ah! Get down here! There you are. Oh, damn. There we go. Right. Come on. Come on, get back down here. Come on, how am I supposed to reach it? Okay, I'll just come down to me. Nice. There he goes. Black rights, alright.
Why did you look after me? I asked Sortiara as she awoke. I was dismissed.
Leave me be.
Her tone was not to be trifled with. As she took to her feet, she muttered something.
I felt at peace. when I felt your touch.
Is that why she shielded me from that beast? A gentle touch. I meant it as nothing more. She gave me only curt replies.
Shut your mouth. Be quiet, half-wit. Is it death you crave?
Her answers were always the same and never rang true.
That's Sortiara. She keeps her heart under lock and key. But apparently she was pleased when you touched her back. She will soon grow quite close to our dear author. Go on, keep reading, and see for yourself.
Kill them, kill them, kill them,
It
kill
is
them, kill
beyond
them.
my control.
That was how she explained the bloodlust within her.
The sight of blood disgusts me.
Sortiara said this with a sigh. She continued despondently.
Yet no one believes me.
I told her that was not true. She calmed herself and said,
Thank you.
We heard a howl from dead ahead. The appointed victim of our, no, my, ordeal. I finally understood my partner, and the ordeal would soon end. I knew this was coming. I knew that our partnership was cursed, and that one of us would have to die.
Ooh, the harpy. Alright, let's figure out what the harpy's deal is. There was once a noblewoman of monstrous proportion. Formerly slender of frame, an incident occurred that changed her forever. A broken heart. Grief-stricken, she turned to food to plug the hole in her heart, and as her appetite grew, so did her sighs. One day, she left her mansion to sate her glut, as was her custom. Her knees ached under her ballooning weight. Walking was now, alas, something of a struggle. On arriving on a nearby market, she saw her favorite fruit at a stall and toddled over. Just as she arrived, the vendor stood up, and their eyes met. On that day, at that stall, she fell in love once more. Thereafter, she visited every day. Love sickness whetted her appetite even more. But even as she ate, she became sensitive about her size. How could anyone love this profound rotundity? But the more her worries ate away at her, the more she had to eat. And then, one day, without warning, her love was rent asunder. The street vendor was nowhere to be found. Inquiring among the other street vendors, she learned that he'd moved to a far-off town. Utterly distraught, she returned to her mansion and wept. She yearned to see him, but her excess and encumbrance ruled out long-distance travel. Soon, exhausted from weeping, she heard a strange voice, and was greeted by the vision of a chalice. Boop! To fulfill your desire, you must make an offering. The voice kindled hope in her heart, and she obeyed its instructions. She offered up her lardy surplus. Her blubbery corpulence flowed like tallow, and reformed as a mighty wings. With a flap, she darted into the sky like a bird. In no time at all, she arrived at her beloved's new town. Searching from on high, she saw him, but he was not alone. The vendor was married and living happily with his new wife. She stared in blank amazement. Once again, her heart had been broken. Why? This is the worst she could have possibly imagined. And yet, she felt strangely unmoved. How could she feel so calm? I thought myself in love with that man. And yet, nothing. She gazed at the street vendor from afar. Neither his looks nor his status appealed one bit. Still, she couldn't deny the powerful spark of emotion the day they first met. Then it occurred to her. It wasn't love she had felt. Certainly, it was an intense desire, but it was something altogether different. Come to think of it, she had fallen for him upon seeing her favorite fruit. Doesn't he look scrumptious? She had craved his flesh so terribly she thought herself in love. As the street vendor pleaded for his life, she gurgled, "My, what an exquisite treat you shall be." She swallowed him whole, but it was not enough to satisfy her hunger. She proceeded to devour everything he had. He ate his wife. She ate his wife. She ate his livestock. She even ate his home and his furnishings. She gorged and gorged until sharp pangs rang through her stomach and she fainted. In her unconscious state, the voice whispered to her once more. Deep within her heart, she screamed of her insatiable hunger. "More! I want to eat more!" Again, her flesh melted away, and her stomach opened into a gaping hole. Now, with this hole, she would be able to expel anything she ate immediately. Nothing would settle her in her stomach. She would never be full again. She could relish the pleasure of eating eternally and continually. She couldn't have been happier. Though her humanity was forfeit, hers was a fitting conclusion. It is said she looks down from the sky, even now, scouring the land for a deliciously handsome man to pounce upon. Okay, and then there's Valhalla Abbey. The region's people had long worshipped a god of the land. Women of faith in particular gathered together to lead lives of cooperation and worship. One such gathering was the Valhalla Abbey. The sisters of the Abbey were possessed of a deep mercy seldom seen in mankind. The endless cycle of war throughout history stands as a testament to that. One particularly fierce conflict broke out on the Abbey's doorstep. The sisters wandered the battlefield in search of wounded soldiers to care for. Friend or foe, it mattered not. All were equal in their need. Though they tended the injured with great urgency, too many suffered to the last. The sisters mourned each passing as they would a son. "Please end this war. Please let peace make haste." Sugar Pie loves that lore. I guess I do. Such were the fervent prayers they offered as they worked. But the war raged on, heedless, and casualties grew with each passing day. In time, the sisters came to doubt their god's existence. Why else would a divine being stand idle as so many lives were lost? Why else would a god withhold salvation despite their pleas? Finally, the day came that their faith reached its nadir. A mysterious chalice. It spoke unto the sisters of the Abbey. "Pay the price, and your wish shall be made true." The women gladly offered their own bodies. If a god would not save these men, they would see it done themselves. They spun their flesh into fiber, their bones into bandages, and with these strange shrouds they enveloped the wounded. The sight was less a sickbed than a cocoon. Within them, the warriors' broken bodies were made whole again. The sisters held faith that in time these men would awaken and emerge. So selfless were these women that the cocoons soon outnumbered the living sisters. Before long, only two remained. One was the youngest of the order, the other a scant 2 years older. The elder of the two spoke. "Someone must remain," she said, "to aid these men when they awaken. I leave them in your care." And so it was that the youngest became the last. She lived on, standing vigil by the soldiers' cocoons. But the cocoons lay still. Years passed, and the youngest sister was young no more. In truth, the soldiers had long since awakened. It was not slumber that kept them still, but the overwhelming comfort of their silken nests, for it was not only their bodies that had been broken by war. The slaughter they had witnessed carved deep scars within the pit of their souls. They had seen enough. Too much. And though the miraculous cocoons might mend their bodies, they could not undo the damage inside. Upon coming to this revelation, the younger sister despaired. Too many long years had passed for her to start anew. She had her health, yes, but lacked the will to seek out a new path in life. Though blood yet coursed through her veins, a life without feeling is but a living death. She had become as the men who lingered still within their silken wombs. As the weight of hopelessness bore down upon her, she slumped against a nearby cocoon. Its fibers parted to accept her into its warm embrace. Never to wake again, it was a suicide of sorts. And yet she felt no pain, experienced no loss. Word of the now abandoned abbey spread, and it became the site of a grim new pilgrimage. Even now, people flock to these deserted halls in search of this lukewarm limbo. "I could have suffered worse than traveling with you," Sir Tiara said before reaching our journey's end. "Don't die, will you?" Oh, there's the silk that was mentioned. And they're still alive in there, apparently.
I am lucky you're my partner. Now, let us be off.
Goblin? Away with you.
Put the bloody thing out of its misery.
Away with you. There's the harpy. Oh god. Charge! He left me. Why? What for? And she's talking about the backstory you read. It's because you left me that I am unsated. I thought you'd return my love, but you walked out on me. Okay, now she's talking about the fruit vendor. First she was talking about whoever left her the first time, now she's talking about the vendor. Ah, get wrecked. I'm so damnably fat, how could I ever chase him? I only had wings to fly to him. I wish I had wings. Yes, I know. Okay, but I need to break her wings so she can't fly anymore. I saw him again, but what is this inside?
Stay the hell awake or die.
This feeling. This isn't love. There we go. Thanks, Ortiara. This feeling is... There we go. Hunger! You're just delectable! Let me eat more of you, my love! Aw. I'll save you later.
We survived. The monster was vanquished, and we both had our lives. But all was not well. Half of all who undertake this ordeal forfeit their lives. That much was unmistakable. Indeed, That is why I was careful not to grow too close to Sortiara. But nevertheless, the truth was simple. I thought of her as a friend. I realized this was dangerous. My resolve was being tested. My resolve as a sorcerer. There was only one thing to do. I had to make a sacrifice for the ordeal. I had to sacrifice the life of my partner.
Quite a mad indoctrination, was it not? The vile sorcerer's ordeal.
Could you walk over an ally's corpse to achieve your goals?
For that's the sort of metal the ordeal demands. Just one step away from completion.
I had to stop myself from feeling any sense of camaraderie. For such emotions could only get in the way. So much happened on the journey. Sortiara was at once cruel and kind, barbarous and gentle. These memories haunt me. I wish them gone, I do, for they tear away at my heart. My eyes met hers. She probably felt exactly the same as I did. Her memories live on. It is the only consolation there is on this cruel ordeal we faced together.
Man. My father was sacrificed, but I bear no grudge. Indeed, if I feel any resentment, it is toward the monsters he fought. That is why I shall undergo the ordeal, to create a world free of monsters. Avalon has agents who eliminate those who disobey the rules of the ordeal. This cold-blooded murder is unavoidable.
Fighting against you is so trying. Still, it will only take an instant to kill you. At least now I can kill you. I was defiled the very day I was born. This led me to despise all the world had to offer. So I dreamt of drowning everything in its own blood. I should have never known it. Who knew fighting you would be so trying?
What are you doing, killing monsters? For that one Witcher 3 ad? Haha. I've tried playing The Witcher, and, is that a silly cat costume on your character's cape? Yes. A silly cat creature. Yeah, I'll show a better version. I'll show, like, a close-up of it later. Sources, deeds, sigils, his offerings. Okay. Faction under yeah, faction under other portraiture or whatever.
Sortiara's memories and emotions came flooding through my right arm, along with something dark and terrifying. The blight of true sacrifice. It feels like she is still somewhere inside there. Sortiara's bloodlust is now my own. I dread to think of what will become of me, body or mind. And so, I started this journal. My ill fate may not be far off. The signs have begun to manifest. But even now, my right arm tells me that she is still here. With all of her hatred, all of her sorrow, and a dash of hope. This sensation is all that comforts me in my loss of a true friend. Several days later, my admittance into Avalon was confirmed. Avalon coordinated sorcerers and their monster extermination. It was here that I met him. The man with eternal life.
Now we inaugurate the author's new life as a bona fide sorcerer. What travels now await you? You will see as more pages become available as Phantom Quests. Uh-oh! You're not ready to read the other pages. There are still a few pages that you need to read first.
Sortiara's soul dwells in my right arm. The soul speaks to me in a faint voice. I have decided to jot down what I can make out, so that it may serve as a record, so that someone, somewhere, can one day read of the sorceress Sortiara.
There is no denying that I was insane. It was triggered when I discovered the secret of my birth. Defiled as I was, I came to despise the world and envy all within it. What an abhorrent woman I became. Detesting all the world offered, selfishness led to self-loathing. Deep within me, I nurtured a hideous monstrosity known as bloodlust. When we first became partners, you too were a target of my hate. With your righteous manner, you were everything I was not. Of course, I was terribly alone, living as I had for so long. I had never known a single friend until I met you. When you patted my back, that alone eased my suffering beyond measure. I felt happiness. If we had met under different circumstances, we could have been... No, that's unlike me. I allowed myself to imagine what could never be. and so I bear you no ill will. Although my life was spoiled by hatred, in my final moments, I felt what it means to be human. Thank you. However, I must apologize. My bloodlust has now passed into your right arm. Therein lies the terrible monstrosity reared deep within my soul. My first and final friend. I can only hope this foul horror will not beget your destruction. Until my dying breath, I prayed for only that.
What do you imagine our dear author thought of Sortiara's final words? The bloodlust inherited from Sortiara is a unique force indeed. With its power, our humble protagonist will influence the course of this very world. Go on and see how this grand tale unfolds.
It began right after the Avalon trial, when Sortiara was lost. My life as a sorcerer, I mean. Sortiara's curse continued to consume my right arm. Several years would pass before I encountered Magusar. In the years before I first met Magusar, I roamed the land and talked to many sorcerers. From them, I had learned new ways to do battle. For example, I was taught how to do combo spells. Snow time. I honestly forgot how to do these. All right. There's more combo spells than this, but I honestly can't remember how to do most of them. It's been a while. Changing our factional affiliation. The effects of saving and sacrificing are the results of completing pacts. Change according to your faction's beliefs. Avalon. Sacrifice all monsters. May our sins heal the world. Okay. Okay, there's Sanctuarium and there's Grim, but we haven't unlocked those yet. Sigils funnel the soul and life essence from within your right arm. Select which sigils to use in upper forearm, palm, and back of the hand. Poison recover. Different combinations of forearm sigils may result in resonance. Resonance amplifies the effect of forearm skills. Don't have enough of those. Yeah, give me Sortiara's right arm for now. Review and select Black Rites, taboo magic that sacrifices your flesh. Black Rites can be activated in quests by meeting conditions. Alright. By meeting conditions, what they mean is your health needs to drop below a certain point. Also, let me shoot you my cape. Silly cat. This is a DLC outfit, but I don't know. I'm not sure what that cat is. I just chose it because cats. Carnatux, that's another character that has a different name in Japanese. Apparently his name is Bowman in Japanese. Oh yeah, Makasar is a different name too. Apparently he's Merlin.
It was no good. The sorcerer had me cornered. I had just been passing through town. Our eyes happened to meet, and he swiftly offered me a unique fruit.
It's good. Try it.
I obliged, and the moment I finished eating, he came at me.
That fruit's not cheap, you know.
It was a scam. The man demanded a fortune, enough for 3 modest castles.
If you can't pay, you'll have to work off your debt.
He persisted 3 days and nights. I lost the Battle of Wills. And so I ended up helping the sorcerer with his work.
Freya just Julietto. Oh, hey, hello. How are you? I'm doing okay. Kind of eepy, but I'm good. I'll stay awake. Like I've been stretching and yawning for a little bit. All right, let's read some lore on what the goblins' deal is. There once was a terrible plague that afflicted multitudes throughout the land. It spread at terrifying speed, claiming countless victims. Seeing the plague's pitiless progress, sorcerers who had mastered the healing arts sought out its progenitor. Many thought it strange that sorcerers, disciples of the dark arts, should show such concern for the plight of others. To the sorcerers, this was unfair. Theirs was a necessary evil, their goal the maintenance of order. All that set them apart was their willingness to bend morality to their purpose. The sorcerers left no stone unturned in their search for the scourge's source. It came to pass the culprit was a creature none suspected. The rat. The plague spread rapidly in areas... Ah, fuck. Let me try that again. The plague spread rapidly in areas of heavy rat infestation. Armed with this knowledge, a strategy was devised. If there's no Mickey, this shit ain't Disney. Hello. Hello. Very simply, as many rats as possible. The only problem was that rats, as carriers of the plagues, were dangerous. People were too afraid to approach them for fear of the disease. But soon enough, one sorcerer was inspired to design special traps for killing rats. A magically enhanced poison was used as bait, and any rat caught in a trap would consume the slow-acting toxin, then return to their lair to spread the effects. The idea was to exterminate as many as possible at a single stroke. How are you doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. As use of the magic trap spread, the number of plague-infected fell dramatically. It seemed a solution had been found, until a fresh problem arose. A new creature had come into being. There were reports that rats are forming groups to attack humans, functioning as if one. It seems that some rats exposed to the magic poison had managed to survive, and had mutated after consuming more of the bait. In addition to the physical changes they underwent, there was something else these rats shared, an implacable hatred of mankind. The hatred was instinctive. There was a shared memory deep within these creatures, of mankind and the poison that had slain so many of their brethren. Groups of mutated rats attacked people, feasting on corpses, thus gaining strength. Mostly just hanging around playing Metal Gear Solid 2, gonna try a brand new day tomorrow. Awesome, hope you like it. There was an inevitability that their form would take on twisted human elements. After all, to fight humans, what could be better than a human-like form? Over time, these mutated groups of rats were given a name, goblins. They breed at a rate that far surpasses that of humans. Some fear that one day, these creatures spawned from mutated rats may even take man's place. And then we have Noah's Desert. Let's read on Noah's Desert. Over half the kingdom was barren sand. It was said that none who entered this forbidding desert would emerge alive. An ancient war, fought with terrible sorcery, had brought the once fertile land to ruin, or so the legends claim. The desert had become an ungovernable wasteland, beyond the reach of any king's law. And yet, there was one man who saw opportunity in this. He was a merchant, and he traveled with a single companion, his loyal camel. He was poor, and could hope for a little more than to survive until the next day. But one day, this merchant made a bold decision. But necessity makes a man bold. The merchant swore that he would be the first to cross the desert and grow rich, establishing a trade route with the neighboring land. No hardship, though, prepares a man for such a journey. On he walked, across the dunes. 1 week, 2. First his stores of food ran out, then his water. He could go no further. The man and his camel were lost, marooned amid a sea of sand. Hope soon dried up under the desert sun, and the reaper's footsteps drew close. Yet it was a strange chalice, and not a pale rider, that appeared before him. It spoke in a voice that echoed from within his head. If you would have your wishes granted, offer up a fitting sacrifice. There was no room for doubt, no room for hesitation. The only thing left for him to offer was his faithful camel. Even now, the camel stood behind the man, using its shadow to shield its master from the brunt of the sun's rays. A kaleidoscope of memories flashed through the man's mind. He drew a deep breath. He had his answer. No. His other half had served him too loyally to meet such an end. If they die here, they die together. It happened the moment he reached his decision. A blinding white light enveloped the gentle beast beside him. The animal was claimed as a sacrifice, though not by the order of its master. It was the camel itself, determined to save its master at any cost. Such was the strength of the bond between them. The camel grew in size, taking on the form of a galleon. Stricken with grief at the loss of his companion, the man crawled aboard the vessel with the last of his strength. There, sleep claimed him. He awoke to the sights and sounds of a foreign city. The ship born of the camel's sacrifice had seen its master cross the sands safely. As the only man to manage that feat, the local merchants were all too eager to fill his ship with their wares for sale abroad. Upon his return home, he was met with a plethora of trade propositions. He was inundated with a flood of coins that promised to wash away every trace of his impoverished past. Even his memory of those meager days grew dilute. Over time, the years he had spent with the camel were forgotten. The man did not know the truth. How could he know that even now, in dramatically altered form, the camel watched over him still? The camel ship sailed ever on. Fatigue was nothing compared to the beast's desire to please his master. But even that simple, heartfelt wish was lost upon the now wealthy man. Love of coin saw the merchant accept any work he could, and the hold of his ship was stacked higher and higher with freight. One day, that ambition reached its limit, and so, midway across the desert of death, the camel ship ran aground. The force of it sent the captain and cargo alike flying from the deck. But even still, its hulking frame worn and broken, the camel thought only of the man. Slowly, the ship began to list. 1 degree, then another, and then it stopped. Its shadow now enveloped the merchant's battered body, shielding him from the sun. The camel ship would never move again. In that moment, the man knew. Despite its appearance, the ship he'd sailed so heedlessly had been his faithful partner this whole time. Regret flowed through his every broken bone, and he too came to a silent final stop. One corner of such a vast desert looked much the same as any other, yet this was a place the two of them had seen before. The circle was complete. They had found the very spot where a poor merchant and his trusty camel had once been lost, marooned amid a sea of sand. Aww. I had become indebted to him, and all because of his accepted a piece of fruit. I doubt I've ever felt more pathetic. Oh, there's the galleon.
They say money isn't everything. Well, they're wrong.
Ah.
Keep it up. Find things we can sell. Keep it up. Find things we can sell. Keep it up. Find things we can sell.
Yes, I heard you the first time. Huh? I sacrificed that one because it had a berserk soul. Berserk souls give you more magic if you sacrifice it.
You go on. Killing monsters like that earn you much money.
I don't know, you tell me.
That's it, my friend. You go on. Earn your keep. That's it, my friend. You go on. Earn your keep.
Didn't we be killing goblins though? We've been killing a bunch of ghouls so far. There's a goblin?
Can't sell it. I don't want it.
Damn it, I missed it. Arm of the Miser.
In the world of men, wealth and power serve to measure one's worth. Only sorcerers have their own ways of judging people. We risk our lives daily in fierce combat. For many sorcerers, wealth is an abstraction. This man was an exception. I'd never seen a sorcerer so obsessed with counting beans.
Keep your nose to the grindstone till you're paid off.
He laughed as he spoke, revealing his shiny gold teeth. I could only sigh. Carnatax. I nearly fell over when I heard his name. He was infamous. He targeted monsters driven by lust for money, and was known for demanding the greatest share of the spoils, leaving his allies short-changed. Carnatax continued to badger me about my debt.
Better pay quick before the interest gouges you.
I accompanied this sorcerer on a short trip in order to pay off my debt.
Already read Plains of Olympia, right? Yep. Now the explosions, I like using these. Use Venom for now. I don't have mines yet, and I don't have bombs yet. Shame. A sorcerer has no use for riches, and yet Carnatax insists on collecting his precious trinkets.
They say money isn't everything. Well, they're wrong.
Two. Petrify, you gotta spin the analog stick so I can break out. There we go.
Killing monsters like that earn you much money.
You know what? Fuck it. I get more points if I sacrifice anyway, even though I really don't want to.
Find things we can sell.
Ow.
We can't sell it. I don't want it.
I just realized the chat box is covering up the score. Yeah, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter all that much.
He cared about nothing other than wealth.
No fortune is ever enough.
We two are both sorcerers. A sorcerer worth his salt can make a small fortune. It just depends how low he is willing to stoop. But still, he was not satisfied.
It's not enough, not even close.
The question is, what fueled his insatiable lust for wealth? We hid in the shadows, observing. We spotted our target.
A pretty impressive beast, eh?
Some people wield sorcery to satiate their lust for wealth, blindly melding with random gold trinkets to grotesque ends. Countless people have suffered this fate, transforming into monsters. We faced one such creature then. Similar ones scattered the land. They are sometimes called slum slime.
We're in the money today!
Carnatux cracked a conniving smile and set after the monster.
Avaricious slime. There are multiple slimes throughout the game. Let's read up on what their deal is. Slime. The typical form of humans fallen to avarice. To fulfill a wish, one must make an appropriate offering. Even the most impoverished have one thing to offer: their bodies. Let us imagine a man seeking to satisfy his greed for gold. His flesh melts, leaving bones in a slimy soup, a clarified soup of bony parts, body parts, with organs floating atop the viscous compound. The fulfillment of his wish begins as his vitals turn all to gold and jewels. But human greed knows no bounds. The bounty of one's own body soon becomes insufficient. To further sate his craving, he attempts to envelop the bodies of passers-by. It is said that different people become slimes for different reasons. Many slimes are said to be born of wanton lust or gluttony. Dear reader, beware the strength of your desire. Yeah, this is an avaricious slime. Then you have carnivorous slimes, and I think the last one is I don't know, I forgot what it's called, but I think it represents the lust they were talking about. Carnivorous slimes are like food-based, and avaricious slimes like this one are money-based. Carnatux's right arm has become sheathed in gold, a consequence of his impressible greed, surely.
They say money isn't everything. Well, they're wrong. You can say a beast. I bet there's money in it.
To live is to suffer. Sadness. Such bitter sadness. Ah, fuck. So bloody unfair, I think. No, bloody miserable. I remember that line. It's so bloody miserable. This world, the absurdity.
There's money to be made here.
So full of inequality. I agree, man.
So you're beaten and poor. Life's tough.
Ah. It's all so absurd, so unfair, so ridiculous.
Money, if you ask nicely. Profit to be made dying, you know.
Good thing I got healing. Won't someone help me? See how I suffer. There we go.
That reward's almost in the bag.
Haven't I suffered enough? Will this never end? I want to be happy. Is that too much to ask?
I'll lend you the money.
Their healing spell is really good.
This one was drowning in debt.
Carnatux knew our target. He knew this avarice slime when he was still human, and how he'd evolved to this state. He couldn't bear to see his wife and children in poverty. He loved his family and thought that money would bring them happiness. But his love soon transformed into unbridled greed. Carnatux reflected plaintively.
It is the curse of wealth. Greed could drive a man mad. The world can do without more greedy wretches like me.
He did what he had to do, but not what I expected. Carnatux told me that we had one more job to do.
Deliver the contractor the news.
Now I realized we were hired guns. I had no choice but to follow.
The poorer areas produce more than their fair share of monsters.
It was an old story. A person facing difficult circumstances was easily seduced by material greed.
If we were all rich, there would be no monsters.
This was not the sort of thing I expected to hear from him. I was now very curious. Just what kind of a place were we destined for?
Okay, more ghouls. If everyone in the world were rich, there would be no monsters. That was his creed. I must admit, I am curious to learn more of his thoughts. A fellow sorcerer, though faded, there was the scent of another magic. Different from the monsters. There was a smell only one of my own would know. A dying sorcerer.
They say money isn't everything. Well, they're wrong.
Gets the house of our second releases powerful magic.
I'll lend you the money. Yes, Beastly.
Ain't got no money. I'm already indebted to you.
Can't sell it. I don't want it.
Cat. Ow. Kitty. God damn it. Oh, I can use this. I missed.
Come on, focus. Powerful indeed.
Ah. I really need a throw attack. I missed again. Boy, hello, Ren. Missed. No, I missed. How's the stream going? I think it's going pretty well. I mean, I had a few people talking on stream, which, I mean, I hope they're not bots or anything, or trying to sell something.
Can't sell it. I don't want it.
Don't know why I'm using Mind's Eye. It doesn't work on the emulator. I don't know how to fix it either. Dead Pact, oh boy. You rescued a sorcerer who was nearly killed by monsters. The sorcerer spoke. I wished only my power.
We came upon it, a town of ruin, not shown on any map. A family greeted Carnatax. A child and its mother. The child held a fruit that I had become recently familiar with. The fruit that Carnatax tricked me into eating when we first met. He patted the child on the head as he spoke.
Don't worry. Your father'll be back before long.
This family was our contractor. The family of the man who had become the avaricious slime. Carnatax saved him because his family had requested it. And when he did, the father could come home. Carnatux gave the family our entire stash of valuables. All the gold and trinkets that we had pirated.
This is repayment for the fruit. This man ate it.
Helping the poor. It was preventative, so that perhaps the next monster would never be. One man's way of ridding the world of monsters. I'm sure he is still out there, digging for gold.
If we were all rich, there would be no monsters.
And he is absolutely right.
There's been a change with the merchant Carnatux. Some odd jobs are available now. Are you used to the phantom quests now?
I've been used for a while.
If you feel you've earned enough experience within my pages, and wish to challenge Magusa, then speak to me. Although at this point, that would be suicide.
The fight Magazar option. Oh, I found the funniest thing last night. I'll share it with you and Steph later. Okay. Sorry, I gotta talk on Discord. Give me a second. hungry. I wish I could get pizza. Okay. This is a shop run by Carnatux. They're able to exchange rumors to alter Fento quests and obtain raiments to wear when reliving the past.
You're welcome to any clothes that catch your fancy here. Not for free, of course. You'll have to trade.
I'll wear these, later.
What?
Not interested. Yeah. Let's introduce ourselves to Sanctuarium, shall we? My main faction.
We're partners for this ordeal, it seems.
Her name was Sympatha. Suddenly, I had a partner again, and we were tasked with chasing monsters. The problem was, it reminded me of the ordeal. The Sorcerer's Ordeal, which ended in my sacrificing Sortiara. And once again, the whims of fate have partnered me with a woman. But this ordeal was different, in one key respect. This time we don't kill, we save. This ordeal forces us to break the Sorcerer's Code. We were blocked by a herd of monsters. Sympatha spoke.
Our dedication to mercy is already being tested.
Yes. I love the fairies in this game. They're so cute. Oh dang, I forgot to plug somewhere. Do. Where is... Oh, come on. I hate it when I lose my place in all these discords I'm in. I'm in over 100 servers. Well, not over 100, I'm in 100 servers. I have to quit a new server every time I join a new server. Where is... Okay, let's read upon the fairies. What does a bee need to become a queen? Luck. Luck is not a talent one is blessed with, nor does it come from blood and sweat. Luck is simply only good or bad. Equal possibilities are laid out for every bee the moment they are released as a clutch of eggs. Only the larva that gets the royal jelly can be a queen. That is true. All larvae have the right to be a queen. There is no definitive reason for the choice. It is selection so unfair, one would hesitate to express it even in terms of luck. The worker bees are born from the eggs that did not become the queen, and all female. That is also true. As if to prove their inferiority to the queen, they are robbed of the ability to reproduce from birth. This appears to also be the fault of the food they were given. Though born as females, they are deprived of their prime function as such, an inescapable destiny. Yet there is a story of certain bees who would not accept this gulf in fortune. They could never show their resentment. It was a perfect authoritarian society, in a sense. Even should a worker bee have its doubts, it would never be able to gain a concrete understanding of its feelings. The self-awareness of a worker bee is so meager that the sparks of desire would only ever smolder. They lived under an absolute monarchy. It would be impossible to break down the relationship between lord and vassal, were it not for sorcery, that is. The bees desired for a fairer society. By accident, they came into contact with magic. Their smoldering egos grew fat and beckoned to be made flesh. A group of bees that would break the rules of their society emerged among the worker bees, who had only ever accepted the absolute rule of the queen. An ordinary worker would always take the nectar it found back to the nest. That was the instinct driven into their kind. Yet bees who kept the nectar they found to themselves started to appear. Those worker bees grew bigger than the worker bees before them, and they began to think in a specific and exact terms. The intellect they had only just gained made it possible. The ability to think about the emotions they had felt only vaguely. Resentment towards their oppression and the thirst for freedom had always lingered formlessly in their minds. It was clear what must be done. The bees came to the logical answer. A change in society and the toppling of the current authorities. Revolution. Those worker bees gathered together their allies of the same mind. The queen bee had countless underlings. It was obvious that they could not win by numbers alone, so the bees worked over their plan together. Their intellect came from having kept more nectar to themselves and gaining more nutrition than before. The queen herself was bigger than the others because of her special diet. The inequality in the bees' diets was the key to their inequality in their society. After all, they were all born from identical eggs. Having come to this conclusion, the bees started to invade people's homes in search of even more special foods. That was when they witnessed the intelligence of mankind. Having become intelligent and gaining clarity themselves, the bees were shocked by just how clever the humans were. The bees created their own weaponry and armor, patterned after those of the humans. With that, one bee gained the strength of hundreds. Equipped for battle, the bees headed for the nest ruled over by the queen. They were as a rebel army surrounding the castle as their would-be ruler. The war began. It was a battle for power. Until that point, the only animal that killed its own in this way had been man. Most animals live to be cogs in the machine that maintains the survival of the race. They were trapped in a kind of restraint that prevents them from evading the roles they have been assigned. Their bloated egos and desires shattered that cage. The rebellion was over with the death of the queen, the symbol of oppression. A new task awaited the rebel army. The growth of their self-importance and desire had brought about a destruction of the old system and would bring the creation of a new world. They had to establish a new society for their kind, where the kind of equality that the worker bees had dreamed of would flourish. To this end, they needed a new leader to replace the queen bee. Every worker bee that took part in the rebellion was thinking the same thing. They all thought that they were the ones who should become the new queen. Ego and desire can never be contained. Once they have budded, they will continue to swell uncontrollably. Yet, it was far too barbaric to claim the leadership by force. They did not kill the queen simply to replace her. It is because they had pursued their ideals. The most appropriate solution they thought of was a majority vote. It's important to remember that the worker bees were female. As a result of the growth of their self-awareness and desire, their repressed female instincts have been awakened. The female bee that had gathered the most males would be a fitting new queen. They would compete not through violence, but with their attractiveness to other bees. That reflected the ideal society of which the bees had dreamed. None of the bees objected to the idea. To gather more male bees, they needed to be alluring. For example, in the way the queen would be when she released her pheromones. They had to give off the most charm, and the bees believed that they could do so by consuming living creatures who had it. It was a change in diet that had first changed their fortunes after all. The bees attacked human females to consume their allure and make it their own. Though they may have seen violence as barbaric once they gained intelligence, they only thought as such when it was directed towards their own kind. It is much the same as how we humans will kill livestock for their food without hesitation. Having become intelligent, the bees became cruel to other creatures. They became fairies. That was what the bees who had revolted and planned a new society were called. It seems that perhaps the bees have taken a leaf from the annals of human history to guide their progress. Okay, we'll read that one about Elven Vale later. Because it's actually the same as the Elven Queen, the monster that we haven't seen yet. Oh, I got mines now. I just saw it. Nice. What about bombs? No bombs yet, right? Damn it. Bring up some offerings. Hear about this pact as a member of Sanctuarium. Yes. I thought I wasn't allowed to switch factions yet. If I overcome this test, I'll be allowed to join the organization. Its name is not one to be bandied about, however. Sometimes, when the world is still and quiet, I can still hear it. The voice of Sortiara coming from my right arm. Rage, sadness, hate. What dread emotion grips her soul? What is it that gives voice to her wordless cries?
I shall save this impure world.
Joining Sanctuarium. Salvation renews offering strength. Sanctuarium with sorcerers gain the following effects. Sacrifice to enhance magic. Salvation to renew offerings. My mic. There we go. Meow. Where are the fairies? Okay, we got fruit spiders. Ah!
Don't forfeit your life. You have people to save. Was there really no salvation for that beast?
Fairy!
Was there really no salvation for that beast? Forfeit your life. You have people to save.
Sympatha must really want to earn high marks on this. We forged ahead, without resting. Sanctuarium was a secret society. The enigmatic group's mission was to save any and all monsters. Their code was never kill friends, never kill monsters. They rejected sacrifice and served to save all forms of life. Sanctuarium attracts some of the most idiosyncratic sorcerers among us, and is rumored to be rapidly expanding its ranks. A long line of sorcerers wait for their chance to take the ordeal offered by Sanctuarium. Sympatha and I were two such people. While we were resting, Sympatha pulled out a book.
This is by Lenixian. Have you read it?
Lenixian was the leader of Sanctuarium. Sympatha decided to join Sanctuarium after reading Lenixian's manifesto. Sympatha had a close friend, a man that she fully trusted. She'd been wounded in battle. Facing the beast, her friend panicked and tried to sacrifice her. Sympatha barely escaped with her life, and has since questioned the way of the sorcerer.
What about you? Why join Sanctuarium?
Without answering, I rose to my feet, ready for battle. We were surrounded by monsters.
Okay, we got a Minotaur, but this one's a doppelganger, not the original. You got no rumor notes, Rip. Okay, let's read what a doppelganger is exactly. A sorcerer that has become a beast is known as a doppelganger. This transformation arises for a number of reasons, most commonly an occurrence after wounding by a monster. The desire within the monster seeps into the wound, spreading through the sorcerer's body like a poison, corrupting them. In this case, the sorcerer will assume the form of the monster that wounded him. But there is another possibility. In the act of sacrifice, a sorcerer might fall victim to his own ambition if the soul absorbed it proves too strong. Then, the victim's soul overwhelms the sorcerer, sparking a ghastly metamorphosis in the host. This soul burns with a desire to return to its prior form, and so monsters appear, identical to those that have already existed. All doppelgangers were originally sorcerers, but whatever their origins, they are now monsters. The sorcerer's code is absolutely clear. No monster should be spared, not even former friends. Huh? Okay, now let's look at Babylon. Herein lies the tale of a city surrounded by dry land, in which even a single tree or shrub struggled to grow, and a magistrate whose dearest wish was for the bleak city to be filled with less vegetation. Despite the magistrate's desire, there was little to be done about the city's water shortage, yet he refused to give up. If there was not enough water, he would have to use something else instead. The magistrate sliced open a vein over a sapling he had been cultivating. The tiny plant underwent a striking transformation. It began to take root. It began to grow. The magistrate poured more blood onto the plant, which grew faster with every drop spilt. Soon enough, it was a mature tree with strong branches that thrust powerfully into the sky. The magistrate was elated and continued the process. Eventually, however, the tree stopped growing. No matter how much blood the magistrate poured, it grew no more. Concerned, he even tried other saplings instead, but all for naught. The magistrate became frustrated. One tree would not suffice. As the magistrate wallowed in his frustration, a mysterious chalice appeared before him and spoke thus. You must give more. The greater your sacrifice, the greater your fulfillment. The magistrate obeyed the chalice. He offered more blood to the tree, but he needed more than his own blood, so he stole into the tomb of a criminal whose execution he had ordered and drained his body. The magistrate noticed a change after his latest offering. Thick veins could be seen pulsating beneath the tree's bark. There was even a swelling that resembled a heart, one which beat with a regular rhythm. It almost looked human. The magistrate was delighted and continued to pour blood onto the tree. Before long, the tree was as tall as the highest tower in the city, and the magistrate had died. His veins were as dry as the land that surrounded him. With the magistrate's death, the city lost its last inhabitant. His thirst for blood was such that he had been executing citizens on the tiniest pretense. The city became a ghost town, but the tree did not stop growing. It filled the city's previously dull streets with lush greenery, just as the magistrate had desired. Indeed, the rapid growth meant to destroy buildings and envelop the city within its boughs. As the trunk and branches thrust ever upwards, the city itself has been raised from the ground, seeming to float midair so that people look up and make bitter jokes about the city in the sky. The phenomenon is known as Babylon, with vegetation spreading even today. Though mansions and fortresses might block its way, nothing stops this force of nature. This devastation far exceeds the magistrate's city and now affects an area the size of a small country. Babylon's destructive progress cannot be halted, and should it approach, abandon all and flee. That's like something out of an SCP Foundation file. Sympatha looked so sincere when she spoke about Lenixian. She was just like a child.
I shall save this impure world.
Go away, goblin! Oh boy.
Monsters, too, deserve compassion.
There we go. Now where is it? I want to break it. Aha! Damn it! I didn't break it in time.
Was there really no salvation for that beast?
There we go. Mother, tell me, what should I do?
We must retreat. Don't forfeit your life.
Ow.
You have people to save.
Let me move. Jeez.
Don't forfeit your life. You have people to save.
Why, Mother? Why?
Don't
Why won't you tell me?
People to save.
Okay, and its face is another cursed part, it looks like.
These wounds, I barely feel them.
Is it them? I didn't read it. Damn it, I missed.
Don't forfeit your life. You have people to save.
There we go. I will find them. Mother, come with me.
This raging beast is at bay. Come! We must pacify this beast! Some souls can be saved, even in the heat of battle. Don't forfeit your life. You have people to save.
It's part of the show. Why do you look at me like that? I'm her daughter!
Salvation is at hand for this beast.
Don't look at me like that, I beg you! Time to recognize. Time to recognize.
We must retreat. Don't forfeit your life.
Ow.
You have people to save.
Don't look at me like that! Stop!
Some souls can be saved, even in the heat of battle. Don't risk your life needlessly.
There we go. The monster was saved, its human form restored. Deep gratitude, they left these words. I will never forget this, and when the day comes, I will repay you in kind.
All was quiet again. We took turns on lookout duty. One kept watch, the other rested. While Simbetha was on guard, I thumbed the copy of the book by Lenixian that she had lent me. Pages devoted to the denunciation of the foul practice of sacrificial absorption. Save men and monsters alike. Reject the practice of sacrifice and consign it to our past. Let us build a utopia, excluding all tarnished, undeserving souls. I closed the book, packing it away. The concept seemed oversimplified and extreme. Idealism has its place, but something felt strange. Sanctuarium was created by Lenixian. Lenixian openly broke the Sorcerer's code. He is viewed as a monster by sorcerers. Edicts have circulated that order his assassination. Despite his widespread infamy, he has proven elusive. And even his physical appearance is unknown. Until now. I caught rumor of an ordeal being held by Sanctuarium. If I can get inside, arranging to meet Lenixian would be easy. My goal is to assassinate Lenixian. Simbetha stirred, bringing me back to the real world. Before long, we faced monsters again.
Or goblins? Alright. Sorry, I was talking on Discord for a bit. I prefer the spears to all the weapons that you can have. Still no bombs, it looks like. Damn it. Okay. Can I join Sanctuarium now? Yeah, that's what I thought. If I manage to make it inside, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a chance to kill the Nixian. This had been my goal since deciding to take the test.
I shall save this impure world. Monsters too deserve compassion. Monsters too deserve compassion.
Yes, I know. Okay, we got some ghouls now.
Was there really no salvation for that beast? Some souls can be saved, even in the heat of battle.
Damn it.
Was there really no salvation for that beast?
Okay, we got new offerings.
After she was betrayed by her only friend, she lost the ability to trust. Sympatha will tell you, humans are tarnished. Under the aegis of Lenixian, Sanctuarium will cleanse the world of human impurities. Sympatha tells me that she has chosen to dedicate her very life to this higher calling.
You must feel the same, I think.
Sympatha assumed that we were kindred spirits. We were different as night and day. I had sacrificed Sortiara as a stepping stone. Things have never been the same. If Sortiara had lived on, would she be like Sympatha?
I don't know about that. I mean, she would still have the bloodlust, right?
We now finally faced our target. If we could save this creature, then we would pass the ordeal. The air was thick with a sinister haze. Sympatha looked around, but did not think to look behind. The beast lurched from the shadows and struck Sympatha into the air. The great beast turned on me next. Near death, Sympatha's eyes met mine.
I don't want you to die.
It was permission to absorb her in sacrifice.
Take my life, so that You may keep yours.
I replied without thought. I cannot. Sympatha reminded me of Sultiara. That had been an experience that I could not repeat.
Pegasus. All right. Maybe I should read the area first and then the monster. Sorry, let me talk on Discord again. I'm sorry. Okay, I got distracted. Let's read the area first. Lake Andromeda. Though it is very beautiful, there's clearly something unusual about this lake. The frozen surface glistens as though it were a precious gem, with several great chains protruding from the sandy soil that surrounds it and reaching into the depths. What could be responsible for such a curious scene? There once was a village, home to a woman of quite magnificent beauty. Unbeknownst to the villagers, however, her beauty was false. When she was a young girl, a black-clad man had visited the village, a place largely closed off to the outside world. The village was mistrustful of strangers, but the girl had the natural curiosity of one her age and approached the man without fear. The man, for his part, took an instant liking to the open-minded girl. When it came time for the man to leave, he gave her a certain potion, a potion to make her beautiful. The girl took regular doses of the potion as she grew, thus becoming a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Countless men fell at her feet, her life a carnival of courtship. That is not to say, however, that it was perfect. As time went on, the woman aged just like everybody else. As soon as she noticed her beauty beginning to fade, the woman turned to the potion once more. She took a healthy dose, and almost immediately the flawless beauty of her youth returned. By repeating this process, the woman could maintain her position as the most beautiful in the land. Every time she quaffed the rejuvenation potion, however, the warning from the black-clad man rang in her ears. You can only use the potion 12 times. A 13th, and a great misfortune shall befall you. In her greed, alas, she failed to heed the man's warning. Loath as she was to relinquish her wonderful life, she used the potion a 13th time. Though her age should have exceeded 100, she looked not a day over 20. But she had underestimated the cost incurred by sorcery. The villagers were increasingly suspicious about her youth, and treated her as a kind of monster. And worse still, a deadly plague was taking hold. Oh, I assume that's the goblins. Rumors circulated that it was the monstrous woman who had brought the plague to the village. Acting on this suspicion, the villagers decided to punish her for the suffering she had caused. Getting rid of her would perhaps eradicate the plague. Just wishful thinking, of course, but nobody was willing to listen to her pleas of innocence. She was taken to a remote piece of wasteland and tied to the ground with chains. The villagers knew that poisonous snakes and insects lived in the area. It's venomous snakes! Come on! A bite from one would ensure a long and painful death for her. This was the cruelest execution the villagers could imagine. Rendered immobile by the thick chains, the woman could do nothing but stare at the sky. Death does not concern me. But to be old and ugly, she thought. No sooner had the thought entered her mind than a voice made itself heard, and a white chalice appeared before her eyes. The voice promised that her wish would be fulfilled if she paid the price. Unhesitating, the woman indicated her assent and was filled with hope. Perhaps her beauty would finally last. Immediately, her body froze into a block of ice, which melted and expanded, forming a breathtaking lake. The lake would later become known as Andromeda and gain renown for its captivating beauty. The woman had wanted beauty, and her wish was realized, but at a heavy cost. Humans are finite beings, and if eternal beauty is obtained, death and also humanity must be renounced. The chains that once held the woman now lead down into the depths of the lake. Exactly what they connect to, no one dares to speculate. Okay, sorry. I'm looking at Discord again. Okay, let's read what the Pegasus deal is. I love these monsters so much. There once was a farm that harbored a terrible secret. Countless... Hey, sorry, I'm going back to Discord. There was once a farm that harbored a terrible secret. Countless sets of waxen wings could be seen, strewn all over. The master of the farm was said to possess mysterious powers. These wings were the result of sinister experiments. Apparently, none but he could manipulate the waxen wings, but then one day, he simply vanished. The result of this was that the farm lay abandoned. Some ventured there, hoping to steal the wings, but no sooner did they touch them than the wax seared the flesh from their bones. One day, a bedraggled, desperate man made his way to the farm. Despite his appearance, he had once been a mighty king's most trusted courtier, but at the same time, he had burned with his very own fierce ambition. He plotted and screamed, dreaming of disposing the king and taking his place. When the king's son and heir died in a tragic accident, the ruler was inconsolable, his master distracted. The courtier seized his chance and set his plans in motion. One of his schemes involved the abandoned farm. Since all who dwelt nearby were terrified of the sinister farm, the courtier thought that by dealing with it once and for all, he could win the people's hearts. This one tragic mistake was to bring about all the misfortune that followed. The kingdom's troops rallied to the courtier's cry, but none who marched on the farm returned alive. The dark power of that enchanted wax had doubtless proved too much. Yet terrified of appearing weak, the courtier persisted in his plan. The tally of victims grew grimmer, and the courtier was held responsible for the tragedy. Coming under close scrutiny, his treacherous schemes unraveled. He knew this would mean death, and so fled before he could be captured. The courtier traveled to the corners of the land, desperate to evade his pursuers. Finally, with the irony not lost on him, he was left with one last place to turn: the abandoned farm. He knew better than anyone that danger posed by the enchanted wax and the wings formed from it. But as soon as he laid eyes on the wings, his fear was all forgotten. He desired only to make them his own. With the power of flight, he would no longer have to fear those who hunted him, yet he knew he was apt to lose his life the instant he touched them. As he pondered the path he should take, his pursuers drew closer. Knowing he was trapped, he steeled himself to take the wings. The king's forces combed the farm, certain their quarry was close. Then, just as the courtier reached his hands out towards the pale wings, he let out a small cry. A sharp pain shot from the nape of his neck. It looked like he had been bitten by an insect. Though the pain had been slight, his howl was enough to alert his pursuers to his presence. As he reached again for the wings, he felt a heavy blow strike him between the shoulder blades. As his consciousness grew dim, the courtier saw a strange glow. A chalice floated in midair. Emitting a white light, it spoke to him. Irresistibly drawn to that voice, he obeyed its every word. The wings melted, the wax running over the body of his courtier as he lay prone. His wish had been granted, and he took flight. His pursuers gazed up agog. It was only then that he became aware of his transfiguration. He gazed down at his form, and saw that he was no longer that of a human. The thick, pale substance oozed over his flesh, and he had sprouted enormous wings. When he finally saw his own face, he wondered if its insectoid shape had come from the fly that had bitten him before. Whatever he now was, it was neither man nor beast. With his pale fluid dripping from him, it looked as though if he were fashioned from wax. No longer a creature of flesh and bone, but reborn as lurid tallow. This was the price the courtier had paid. The king tried again and again to vanquish the foul creature, but to no avail. Some traces of the courtier still remained, post-transformation. The desire to depose the king and take his place burned still now within the creature's breast. Believing itself the ruler of all it surveys, this monstrosity looks down on the world with haughty contempt. To this day, it soars through the kingdom's skies, ever hunting. Alright, let's bring down this Pegasus. I carried Sympatha to a sheltered spot. She is not some stranger to be murdered without remorse. Though our time together on this journey was short, I will not throw it away. Alright, that means I'm on my own to kill the Pegasus. Let's see it. Yep. Okay. Ow! Game is up. I saw power, but it found only defeat. I'm tired of this jumping at shadows. I'm surrounded. There is no way out. If only I had wings to wish to escape. I want wings! Give me wings! That covers me. Strange wax? Wait! I have wings! No one will catch me! No one! I thought my ambitions... But now it burns again! I could be king! That was easier than I thought. Maybe I'm just too used to the harder ones. Yay, Sanctuarium's unlocked. There's Aaron, the original Pegasus, and the one who tried to kill the king, or replace him.
I struggled to catch my breath, and Sympatha nonchalantly rose to her feet and dusted herself off.
You pass.
It was evident that her injuries were just scratches. Now it made sense. I was being tested. Sympatha had been acting all along. Sympatha, otherwise known as Lenixian, leader of Sanctuarium. She had come out to take part in the ordeal, to size up the new initiates for herself. By not resorting to sacrifice, I passed the test.
Well, what now? Aren't you going to kill me?
She saw right through me. She told me that she faces assassins on a regular basis. I shook my head. Enough. This was enough. I couldn't kill her anymore. From that moment, she always made me think of Sortiara.
You're a strange one. I thought you'd come here for me.
She smiled as she said it, the first natural smile that I'd seen.
You know, I think I like you.
Sanctuarium's leader was born to play her role. I felt it in the gentleness of her smile as it soothed my weary body.
We will speak again someday, as friends who journeyed together.
The journal's author was an Avalon sorcerer. That was the one constant. The journal demonstrates this fact. But don't forget, I am a book. I could change the sorcerer's affiliation. If you want, I could change Avalon to some other organization. Perhaps you ought to ask yourself, what do you really believe?
I like to think LeBron was crying because of the story being told here. Well, you guys know what I believe. I'm changing the Sanctuarium. Unto all life, salvation. Unto every creature, mercy. Sorcerers with divine arms can take more punishment. That's why I like them. I could play with a dark arm, but like it's so much harder. Like getting hit gives you more damage, and you get downed easier. Oh, this is where all the storytell. This is where all the fairy tale references come into play.
Should you see a crimson-cowled girl bearing an apple, do not run. It wouldn't help. You are already caught in her snare. So goes the tale of the sorcerer known as Red Hood. If it is true, I fear nothing can save me now.
Hey, do a girl a favor.
She approached me in a tavern. By nature, sorcerers favor shadows and avoid drawing undue attention. Flaming crimson garb like hers is a sight rarely seen.
You're not allowed to refuse. You know who I am, yes?
True to the legends, she was a specialist in illusion. She assured me I was already a prisoner to her handiwork.
Then you know what to expect if you don't stay on my good side.
And so I was half threatened, half dragged away from a perfectly good pint.
Well, he's gonna waste the pint. He wasted the pint. I don't even drink. I just don't want him to lose his money. Or whatever they trade with in this setting. Yeah, they do have money in the setting because of Connor Tux. Boo boo boo. Oh, gnomes. Oh yeah, gnomes. Ren's gonna like these ones, I think. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm looking at Discord again. Sorry, where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. I'm trying to find the thing. Ah, damn it. Now I gotta use the bathroom. Fuck. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello, yeah, sorry I'm here. I had to step inside the I had to step into the bathroom for a little bit. How we doing? Hello, Laura Paul 5. I was just getting ready to read this lore entry on gnomes. Ugh. I was gazing at your PNG. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she was just there blinking. Alright, gnomes. Rabbits are known for their long ears. Their almost unnatural length shows both the strength and the weakness of rabbits. Their ancestors were powerless and timid creatures. They understood their weakness and timidity well. That is why the evolutionary path they chose was, clear. The result? Their long ears. Her eyes are adorable, thank you. Yeah, little orangey red snake eyes. Their ears allowed them to hear sounds from far away, and to swiftly flee well before their enemies even knew they were there. Did you commission it? Yes, I did. I commissioned it from somebody who isn't on the internet anymore, unfortunately. They never sought the power to fight their enemies. In a world ruled by strength, they attempted to survive by other means. In a way, they were rather clever creatures. Cleverness comes often to the weak. After all, the weak are the ones who must fully exercise their wits in order to survive. Most rabbits have an endearing appearance, covered by soft fur as they are. In addition to those who treated them as game, there were also people who treated them as pets. Those who loved rabbits never realized that their endearing looks were a perfect reflection of how formidable they truly were. The rabbits understood how people viewed them, and were deliberately trying to appeal to them. Do not let their looks deceive you. They may be weak, but they are clever. Though they may seem to not be thinking about anything at all, they're always thinking about how to outwit others. Let us say, for example, that rabbits were to obtain magical power and inflict harm upon people, that the ambition hidden, lurking behind their gentle round eyes were to be realized. They are clever creatures, rabbits. They would never think of rising up using force. They would waste no time or effort on a hopeless goal. They only needed to excel at one thing, just as their ancestors had always done. Careful selection and concentration. But where? The ears. The rabbits who tasted magic developed only their ears, ceaselessly and with dedication. Their ears had always enabled them to pick up a great deal of information, and by engaging in a war of intelligence with other creatures, the rabbits who gained magic triumphed. It was as if that were the way it should have lived. They should have lived. Their ears grew more and more gigantic, all the better to hear with. They gained the ability to not only direct them forwards, but in any possible direction. It was easy for them to find food. Food would be plentiful wherever people lived. There were numerous discoveries of rabbits who had crept into people's homes to steal from them. The rabbits had developed a taste for it. As long as they had information, they could even outwit humans. As part of their deception, they would camouflage themselves so successfully. It was as if they had melted into the earth. These monstrous rabbits might lurk on plain common roads. They would cover themselves in vegetation, coat themselves in mud and sap, and blend into their surroundings. They were just like what would be called spies in human society. The rabbits that engaged in espionage against humans were called gnomes. The gnomes lurking in human society underwent a further evolution. As humans boasted a powerful intellect, the gnomes became more clever the more they learned from them. The more the gnomes watched mankind, they sensed it instinctually, that human society was a constant welter of suspicion, doubt, and betrayal. What a delicate, cowardly creature man is, the gnomes thought. Perhaps mankind was yet another creature whose intellect had developed from its terrible weakness. They certainly must have been more afraid than any other creature to have become the most intelligent of the lot. Why did man dominate the world more than any other creature? It was because fear dominated their hearts more than any other creatures. It was so simple. Men and rabbits were alike in their cowardice. The only difference was that man was even more cowardly. The gnomes started to imitate humans. They were the ideal form of the coward that would guide their evolution. The ears grew even longer, and the gnomes began to use them as people would use their hands and feet. The way they did not simply develop hands and feet of their own gives you a glimpse of their philosophy: selection and concentration. They believed that their ears alone would suffice to beat mankind. Gnomes live very shrewd lives indeed. Take this tale, for example. The king of a distant land was brought down by his dalliances with women. Top secret, vital information that should never have escaped had been leaked. No one could identify where the leak originated. The only item of suspicion? A few rabbit hairs scattered on the floor of the king's chambers. One other thing. The king was known to hate animals. It was said he would abuse rabbits and other small animals, treating them like parasites. Okay. Time to hop in back to Semilia's quest. The apple, synonymous with Red Hood. The apple shade is a special totem that produces powerful hallucinations. How many men have been fooled by her? Another vision, as if I have not had my fill. A curse left by a one-time ally. A hallucination conjured with her right arm. The illusion cast by Red Hood grow even greater now. From within my arm, Sotiara tries telling me something. When she does, an unreal vision flickers before my eyes. A dark phantasm of murderous intent. Red Hood, yeah.
I'll drive you mad with my illusions.
She's based on Little Red Riding Hood, in case you couldn't tell. Leave to fate. Select sacrifice and save together. Allows for balanced gains in life and magic. Requires fiend's luck. And that's what living to fate looks like.
Keep it up.
I am back. Sorry, my mom called me. I am back. Hello, back. Ah, these damn fairies.
Keep it up. Sacrifice it or save it.
So, Sugar, I was wondering, why don't you get your models' character panels on your channel? Because I don't want to have any models. Like, you can have her in different expressions on them. Why don't you get your models' character panels on your channel? I mean, I guess, but I'm the same artist that worked on my PNG also worked on my banner, and I didn't want it to go to waste. Have you seen panels? Probably not. I'm not sure. Fate cannot be chosen in Phantom Quests. In Phantom Quest, Cleansing Annihilation.
Was it magic or lust? Perhaps it was her silver tongue. Everyone agreed she made her way by bewitching others. Even veteran sorcerers were said to be defenseless against her illusions. More than anything, it was the fact that she became a monster that sealed her poor reputation. They say she drained victims' lives to fuel her own, thereby ensuring she'd live forever. A chilling story. Except the girl standing before me now seemed anything but a monster. For her to be as old as the legends and look as young as she does is monstrous enough.
Drop those silly ideas now. You're my dog, like it or not.
She lazily rolled an apple about in her hand as she spoke. It was clear she was onto something, chasing a tip. Helping her in this search was the only way to break free of her illusory chains.
So, is it Grimm you're after too?
The Order of Grimm. The mysterious cult was still new, but growing at a wildfire's pace. It's rumored the tavern where we'd met was a gathering place for its membership.
Well, it seems we share a goal.
Intelligence on the cult fetches a high price from the agents of Avalon. Perhaps the promise of that reward is what drives her current search.
Panels are basically in your handle about section, like about me, my scheduled PC spec socials. Okay. No, I mean the banner is still there. Like you can have those who have PNG and different expressions according to the context. Oh, she didn't make those. Huh? Huh?
Here follows Grimm's tale. Once there lived a prophet, Grimm. Those who took his word for truth banded together, and a society was born. Red leaned in, eager for any word of Grimm I'd heard. The next moment, her expression changed. A monster on the road ahead. Cold sweat trickled down my back. My body sensed its strength. Immediately, Red sprang into action. I had scarcely exhaled by the time she was gone. Vanished.
If you want to work on your panels, I got no money, I'm sorry.
This was the infamous Red Hood. Using others was her speciality.
I could show you some of my recently made panels for some streamers. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got no money. Well, it's not about money. We can just discuss it for now. No, it's fine. Huh? Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think this is the farm that was mentioned in the Pegasus story. Thanks for being nice. Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry, I'm I'm getting distracted online again. This is the tale of a famous pasture and the talented breeder who owned it. The pasture had long been known for its champion horses, and even the local lord would occasionally visit to pick one out. When the lord's son was almost of age, father decided to present son with a horse from the pasture. The white horse chosen was the finest the pasture had ever produced. They were certain that the lord's son would be delighted. The son, however, had other ideas. He told the breeder that, in a distant land, he had seen horses that could fly. "That's the kind of horse I want," he said. The son's announcement greatly disturbed the breeder, as he'd never heard of these flying horses. Of course, the lord's son had been lying. Spoiled rotten from the day he was born, he had developed into a nasty, spiteful young man. He simply wanted to see the breeder's reaction when faced with an impossible request. The breeder, diligent to a fault, responded to the son's request as he did all others, by trying to make it a reality. The breeder assembled all types of animals, dissecting them carefully in order to examine their physical structures. Based on research, he created model wings of various creatures, birds, butterflies, moths, bats, dragonflies, locusts, even houseflies, and attached these to his horses in the vain hopes of making the beasts fly. Unfazed by failure, he resolved instead to tear the wings off live eagles and affix them to the bodies of growing foals. After countless failures, the breeder eventually gave up. As he sank into despair, a strange white light appeared before him. It was a chalice. "I can give you what you want," it said, "but you must give me something in return. The greater your offering, the greater your reward." The breeder obeyed the chalice's command. He decided on the greatest offering he could make, his prized white horse. The steed dissolved into a viscous wax-like liquid, white in color. Soon afterwards, a pair of wings sprouted from the wax. As if he put these wax wings onto a horse, would it be able to fly? Sure enough, the lord's son was delighted with his flying horse. The pasture's reputation grew even further. Naturally, there was a great deal of interest in the breeder's flying horses. He was selling the creatures almost as fast as he could produce them. Eventually, the wax that produced the wings ran out, but the breeder, unperturbed, simply sacrificed another white steed, one reared in anticipation of this very moment. A pile of fresh magical wax oozed onto the grass of his pasture. The breeder, plucking the wings from the wax, looked like a farmer harvesting a crop. Before long, curiosity got the better of him, and he tried attaching the horses to things other than horses, attaching the wings to things other than horses. He produced flying dogs, flying sheep, even a flying house. Then, one day, the breeder looked up from his work to see his pasture surrounded by the Lord's soldiers. They were there to arrest him. "Why am I being arrested?" asked the bewildered breeder. "The murder of the Lord's son," came the reply. It transpired that the Lord's son had become very fond of his flying horse, and hardly a day went past when they did not take to the skies together. Predictably, being able to fly had not been enough for the spoiled young man, however. He wanted to see how high he can fly. As he soared ever higher, ever closer to the sun, the horse's wings began to melt and could no longer support his weight. He plummeted to his death from a great height. The breeder was held responsible and executed. His pasture was left to go to seed. Many people have stolen the magical wax, but only the breeder knows how to use it, and the secret stays with him. Yeah, so I think the Icarus pasture is the same farm from the Pegasus story. Sorry, I'm trying to share something on Discord again. Hmm. Excuse me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got the Three Little Pigs. Here's another fairy tale for you. Hmm. 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 Okay, that's enough. That's enough Discord. Let me read the Three Little Pigs. All right. Theirs was a well-to-do household. At its head was the father, a skilled merchant. His 3 sons had easy childhoods, not least because their father was away on business too often to discipline them. Even as adults, the boys made no effort to work, living the high life on their father's coin. Years of wanton feasting left all 3 of them fat and round. The 3 Pig brothers. That was the others whispered about them, though the boys paid it no heed. Given the choice of rich pig or deprived human, they gladly choose the former. But when sudden illness took their father, things changed for the Piggy trio. In his will, the merchant left all he had to his wife. What share went to the boys would be for their mother to decide. She chose to give them nothing, not to keep her late husband's wealth for herself, nor for lack of love for her sons. Indeed, it was love that made her worried for their future. At this rate, they'd never amount to anything, drifting idly through life like kept livestock. So, though it pained her dearly, she drove them from her house. She shouted after them, calling them lazy pigs, but the tears in her eyes betrayed her true emotions. Yet the fool brothers could not see their mother's tough love for what it was. They cursed her for a gold digger, convinced she acted out of greed. Unsure of what else to do, the trio wandered the town square. There, they saw a call for mercenaries. Too naive to know how long the sellsword's life was, they decided to take the test on a lark. In a curious move, they fashioned masks painted to look like pigs to wear to the test. Perhaps they hoped to grow famous as the 3 Pig brothers, so tales of their feats might someday reach their mother's ears. Whether they hoped to spite the woman who called them pigs or to assure their mother they'd become fine men, only they could say. Next, they split up to procure equipment. Sheltered though they were, they knew better than to turn up empty-handed. A few days later, the trio reconvened. The eldest had woven straw into a mockery of armor. The second carried a wood plank he called a shield. To think of marching into battle dressed in such scraps was beyond naive. They were truly fools. Only the youngest had any sense. He fashioned a mace out of brick rubble. On the day of the test, the eldest donned their gear and entered the ring. Needless to say, he lay face down in the dirt in seconds. Only the mace drew praise, and the youngest brother was quick to claim credit. He was eager to curry favor with the judge and to distance himself from his foolish siblings. He felt it was unfair he'd been cast out in the first place. His brothers were pigs, to be sure, but he was far better by comparison. His sycophantic tone and glory hogging paid off. He alone was to be granted a second audition some days later. Despite his clear efforts to ditch his brothers, the older boys look on with a smile. He was still at that impetuous age, they knew. They found it endearing, or so it appeared. The day of the test arrived. The eldest never came. He'd sacrificed his body to become a set of armor. The second didn't show either. He sacrificed his body to become a shield. Just hours before, they had both been visited by a strange chalice that offered them a bargain. Pay the price, and any wish was theirs. Both brothers accepted, and so they were transformed. The newly minted armor and shield spoke to their brother. Use us to pass the test. If any of them were to find success, they knew it would be the youngest, and so they gave up their all to aid him. On its face, it seems a noble tale, a paragon of brotherly love, but inside, the older brothers were laughing. Let the youngest carry them, and they could live in ease. They hadn't changed at all. They'd simply found a new set of coattails on which to ride through life, replacing their fathers. They were parasites still, and they'd found a new host in the third brother. While they were far from wise, they had reached one epiphany. If you aim to live easy, cast your pride away. A sense of entitlement or duty as older brothers would only get in their way. As they would readily admit, the youngest was the least hopeless among them. He soon saw through his brother's intentions and heaved a deep sigh. He shook his head at their total uselessness and felt ashamed to share their same blood. As for the equipment the brother sacrifices bought, well, when a worthless human offers his all, it only buys so much. The result was nearly as useless as the boys had been before. Even a pig has its uses, but this? The youngest brother was thoroughly fed up. That was when a strange vision came to him. A white chalice hovered there. It spoke into his mind. Pay the price, and any wish is yours. He nearly fell over. But cleverest of the fool trio as he was, he quickly figured out that this was how his brothers had become as they were now. He paused and gave thought to what he truly desired. The image that came to him was unexpected. His father. Now burdened with his brothers, he finally understood all his father had done for them. The weight of providing for others. He was ashamed and wished to apologize and show his thanks. He soon hid on a way. He would repay his debt by providing for his brothers now, as his father had in life. To support his siblings, these two fool pigs, he would need a mercenary's income. But if he hoped to pass the test, he would need a worthy weapon. And so he made his wish. The moment after, he chided himself for stepping beyond his ken. He'd forgotten his veins flowed with the same fool's blood as his brothers. His desire for a powerful weapon saw his body transformed into a mace. It was a formidable arm, to be sure. But with his flesh now lost, there was no one left to wield it. Man cannot fight his nature, nor can pigs, as the comparatively wisest of the three brothers learned. Left no choice, the brothers put up a bluff. Armor, shield, and mace joined to give the appearance of a warrior. A hollow shell, an empty facade. Even now, it's said the three brothers turned objects, wander the land, seeking someone strong enough to wield them. The Oracle Grimm lived long ago, but among the believers, his influence remains great. They preach that humans suffer because the gods created this world out of capriciousness. Avalon denies Grimm's teachings, for they have no foundation. They warn us to beware of the dangerous idealists who threaten the world with chaos. I'm not like my brothers. I'm no pig. Okay, so the armor is the center pig, and the shield is the, shield is the left pig, okay. Stupid cats are getting in the way. I'm not like them, I tell you. They're lower than beasts, those two. carrying my brothers showed me. I learned what great... I know a great man my father was. Forgive me, Father. I'm sorry. What a heavy burden this is. I know what they're plotting. They want to live off me. I'm such a failure. I knew I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for... I knew it. Our flesh and blood are the same. The flesh and blood of swine. Piggy, piggy, piggy! I can do a better one than that, but I don't feel like it. I don't even think the mic's picking it up. It's interpreting it as noise. Oh man. It's not even picking up my meows. There we go. Meow. Sure, it'll carry that, but not my more realistic meow. I know it's carrying other stuff, but hang on. There we go. And here's my pig screech. I don't know. It probably sucks. I had to lower the noise canceling to do that.
Good boy. Now heal. We've a long way to go yet.
She reappeared the moment danger had passed, nibbling at her apple without a hint of guilt.
Fancy sharing information? We both stand to benefit.
I told her all I'd learned. Central to Grimm's revelations was the eternal recursion. He claimed the world had come and gone and been made new again, time after time. The gods of creation are capricious things, and never satisfied for long. Druid or Romulus, these gods cared nothing for the struggles of man. The Order of Grimm rejected both of them outright. They claim neutrality is man's sole means of standing against the cruel apathy of those gods. As I finished speaking, I looked to her, or to the void where she had stood moments earlier. I cursed my naivety, for I knew she was a shameless cheat. Yet I blithely handed over precious intelligence for nothing. She'll feast for weeks, while my big mouth goes empty. It took me 3 days to track her down.
You sniffed me out.
She started.
I already sold that tidbit about Grimm, by the by.
She hadn't yet realized. I imagine she's unaccustomed to being played after all. Intelligence on Grimm was only ever a secondary concern of mine.
Wait a minute. It was me you were after?
Oh, dang.
It was. I had gone to that tavern hunting for the infamous Red Hood. I needed a way to break this illusion. Not any spell Red Hood had placed me under, but the visions from my own right arm. As an expert in illusions, perhaps she could break the curse Sortiara left me.
Don't expect too much. I'm not the legend rumors make me out to be.
A roar echoed out from somewhere. I could feel the beast was close. And soon enough, Red was gone. Her parting words hung in the air.
Don my cap approach any fool saying, "You're under my spell," and watch them jump a mile. Legendary illusions, more the illusions of legends, in truth. Didn't you jump, though?
Okay, we got another doppelganger. This one is based on Snow White, and I shall read the lore on the location. In the town, okay, resplendent Rapunzel. In the town, all families lived in every house. Some suggested the town's isolation meant few people moved there from elsewhere, added to which, the rare blood of the townsfolk didn't take well to mingling with that of outsiders. Each of the townsfolk looked a veritable angel, every head crowned with flowing golden locks. The women were especially striking in their beauty. To some, it sounded like a garden of paradise where only paragons of beauty dwelt. Stories of the town spread far and wide, embellished and exaggerated. Of course, the wicked, the wealthy, and the avaricious soon heard of the town and its inhabitants. The would-be Lotharios arrived to claim these beauties for themselves. Before long, the town was beset by a plague of kidnappings. Of course, the fathers did not stand idly by and allow their daughters to be taken from them. They tried to fight back, but the kidnappers were ruthless and brigands. They treated those who resisted without mercy. The men who tried to protect their daughters were slain to the last man. Wives lost husbands, daughters lost fathers. Amidst the horror, One mother made a desperate plea. "Take my life," she prayed. "It doesn't matter. Just spare my daughters. Please give them a place where they can finally be free from harm." And at that moment, a strange miracle occurred. A white chalice floated before her, and a voice spoke directly into her mind. "If you are prepared to pay the price, your wish will be granted," it said. Even as the mother whispered her assent, her body began to change. Her neck stretched and grew as startled onlookers watched. It grew higher than the house, taller than the trees that stood about. No one could believe what they were witnessing. The mother's head had also begun to change, her skull turning into a house that would become her daughter's haven. Aloft in the sky, her daughters would be safe from the pillagers and kidnappers. When her daughters wished to go out, the mother would let down her golden hair like a ladder, but when outsiders threatened, she would raise it again so no one could climb up. It was the perfect place to escape and be safe. The other mothers saw how well it worked and followed suit. Soon, the whole town was awash with these strange dwellings. The kidnappers were thwarted at last. Peace returned to the town. Now, in this town of beauties, there was one who was even more beautiful than the rest. Her mother, too, had sacrificed herself to become a refuge for her beloved daughter. She was protective, perhaps excessively so. Her daughter was only allowed to descend to the ground but once a day. The young woman chafed against her lack of freedom. She wanted to spend her days like any other young woman of her age. More than anything, she wanted to fall in love. So, the beautiful young daughter lied to the mother. She claimed to be sick and in need of medicine. The mother, not suspecting a thing, let down her hair so the daughter could climb to the ground. Kidnappers had long since ceased to trouble the town, when no doubt the mother felt there was little danger. After that, the daughter started telling more lies so she could continue to enjoy the freedom of the world outside. Finally, she found what she had been looking for. She fell in love. The man who won her affections was a traveler who had been passing near the town. He was a common sort of man, without any particular charm, but for the sheltered girl, he was good enough. After all, the man was not important. He was just a means to an end. What she truly loved was love itself. The mother soon learned of the affair and flew into a rage over the foolishness of her daughter. What folly! She knew nothing of the man, or what his true motives might be. The mother was determined to protect her daughter from herself. She stretched her neck higher and higher until her head brushed the clouds. She had no intention of letting her daughter down to the ground ever again. But is there any stronger force than which binds two people in love? Abandoned on the surface, the traveler fell into despair. But then, before his eyes, the white chalice appeared. He could pursue his love by the same means that the mother kept her from him. If he was willing to make the sacrifice, he could reach her. He was, and rapidly. His neck began to grow and grow. His mother saw this and tried to flee, but the traveler would not give up. Both of them stretched their necks, up and up, ever skyward, using all their strength. And that is how the bizarre, terrible tower appeared in the town. It was made of two necks, coiled gruesomely around each other, stretching high into the sky. Alright. I heard it from a sorcerer who had been a victim of her trickery. Sit down in a certain place in the inn, I was told, and she will be sure to approach. I must learn more of the cult of Grimm. Her illusion was a clever lie. Ah, damn, I didn't read that part. There was a reason man turns to monsters. When someone prays to the legendary chalice, a price must be paid. Thus, they say, a monster is the final culmination of a life tainted by desire. Hello, Ariel. Hi, Ariel. It's hard to read your name. One. Oh. Welcome back. Oh, there's Snow White. Okay. I did everything Mother said. Why did she transform me into a mirror? Hideous. I'm hideous, wretched, ugly. I just wanted to make Mother happy.
There was no end to them. For each fiend I slew, 2 more sprang up. Hours passed. My sense of time dulled as my consciousness faded.
I'd feel guilty if you died here. Waste of a good dog.
I turned and saw her standing there. She raised her apple high and spoke in a whisper. The monsters fell in a chorus of thuds, curiously now sound asleep. At her feet lay the fragments of the shattered apple. A common sorcerer, average at best. Her words, not mine. Only when using an apple shade as the sacrifice was she able to craft a grand illusion. She also confessed the Red Hood of legend, master of illusion turned monster, was her grandmother. She told me she was the 3rd of her name. From the day she took up her predecessor's mantle, everyone shrank and kept their distance. She begged entry into Avalon, but they turned her away for being of a monster's bloodline.
Sugar Pie, listen, they're all bots. Yeah, that makes sense. They all seem to copy the same script, actually. I just didn't know bots were able to, like, hear what I said. Actually, no, never mind. That does make sense because AI and shit.
You're quite odd, you know.
She watched my face as she spoke, eyes filled with curiosity. I was the first, it seemed, to try and deal with the legendary Red Hood.
Those visions there, from your right arm, they're far beyond me. But not Gran.
Had she put aside the cowl and the name, she'd have had no trouble finding acceptance. But she chose to remain the 3rd Red Hood. Why should she be the one to bend? Who were they to judge her on name and clothes alone? she'd refuse to buckle to the prejudiced stares of strangers.
Semelia. That's my real name.
If true, this is the first time she's spoken about herself. The first time she's given her name. To the masses, Red Hood was name enough.
That there is Gran. It's my first time seeing her as well.
It was a monster, no question. The original Red Hood. Semelia's grandmother. We had planned well in advance. First, we had to save old Gran. I would ask if she had the knowledge I sought, and then her fate would be left to Semelia.
So, starting to feel less of a pet and more of a partner? Spot?
She'd been condemned to a life of abuse, and these were her words.
Okay, let's read Red Riding Hood. Alright. This is the tale of a swindler, cunning and infamous. The knight cut a menacing figure. The sight of his weapon conjured images of rent flesh and the sound of snapping bone. His armor was no less imposing, forged in the shape of a jet-black wolf. Its keen stare transfixed any prey it fell upon. Most opponents knelt, cowering at his feet before the first blade was drawn. More often than not, the Wolf Knight was victorious without even fighting. That lupine armor was the result of years of careful experimentation. If perfected, he knew it would serve as a fine weapon. In truth, it was his only weapon, or the only one he knew how to use. All his skill and effort went into intimidation. In a word, he was a con man who worked in the battlefield. He never had a master to teach him combat. He was orphaned before he knew his parents' faces. He'd had to find a way to survive alone, and the answer he came to was deceit. Despite his efforts, he left one battle gravely wounded. Serves him right, he thought, for heeding his opponent's taunts and fighting head-on. He fled to the mountains, escaping with his life, but soon found himself lost. As his hunger grew, he felt death's creeping approach. As he wandered, he came upon a cabin. Despite its remoteness, it was quite nicely appointed. His swindler's instincts took hold. If there was anyone inside, anyone, he knew he could fool them. Within the cabin lived an old woman. Face hidden by his helm, the Wolf Knight demanded she bring him food. He kept his voice a low growl, icy cold with just a hint of madness. It was a tone he'd practiced for years. Put another way, it was the only tone he knew how to strike with others. After a moment spent nonplussed, the old woman hurried to prepare a meal. She was kind, strangely so. The Wolf Knight assumed he'd cowed her into submission. He decided to capitalize on her fear and extend his stay there. Just as he'd hoped, she prepared him feast after feast for him. Doubt began to creep in. She was too genial to be acting on fear alone. Several days into his stay, the old woman cooked up the grandest meal yet. As the knight sat down, however, he noticed she was nowhere in sight. Thinking she'd left on some errand, he cleaned the table single-handedly. Clutching his gut in contentment, he then noticed a letter. What he read in it sent a shiver up his spine. The old woman's provisions had run out, and so he'd fashioned this final meal from her own flesh. The warm, heavy weight now in his belly was his erstwhile host. He broke out in a panicked sweat and hastened to continue reading. Why show him such extreme hospitality? Was it really for fear of him? No, certainly not. She'd had a son, she explained, though they'd been parted years ago. The Wolf Knight was the spitting image of her boy, full grown. It was all there in her letter. She couldn't help but think of him as her son, nor bear the thought of her child growing hungry. In the end, she was happy, as if she'd been reunited at last. Amid her talk of the child she'd lost, she gave the boy's name. The knight cried out, for the name she'd written was his own, not the alias he'd given her, but the true name he'd kept hidden. Then she was his, an orphan all his life. He'd finally met his mother and devoured her. He'd imagined his parents' faces countless times. Had they been in his life, he'd never have become the fraud he was. He pined for them, ached for them. His mind was in chaos. This was surely some nightmare. His mother lay in his belly now, being digested. He tried to vomit her up, yet no matter how many times he retched, he could not purge the guilt that clung to his gut. In the end, he slid open his belly and tore out his viscera, trying to remove his mother by hand. From his entrails, a skull emerged. It spoke to him in the old woman's voice. Had you fooled, didn't I? The furnishings turned to ash. Then the walls, the cabin crumbled. This is the tale of a swindler, cunning and infamous. The night had been an illusion from the start. The old woman was a witch, and a cleverer crook than the knight. A small wonder, for he lacked her experience. She had a dozen lifetimes to practice her schemes. She lured others into consuming her, and claimed their bodies, passing from host to host forever. The immortal Red Hood. Even in this world ruled by sorcery, fewer are those who find unending life. She was a proud exception. Semilia's behavior seemed excessive to me, almost as if she were trying to live up to her reputation. It was the first time for Semilia. Because of her grandmother, she was treated as an outcast. She is tied to family by blood. But what is in Semilia's heart?
We're just like partners now.
Here we go. Hee 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 hee. Just relax. You're just like my son. Let me mother you.
That's careless. Keep it together.
I'll use my body to make up what's missing. Don't you worry.
Keep it together. Clean up this mess. Keep it together. That's the way to live. That's careless. Nice moves. Keep it together.
Oh, that one didn't hit me.
That's careless.
There's no one I can't deceive. You've been under my spell since we met. I'm hungry. Do you know what they call me? I'm the immortal Red Hood. Now, where can I find a decent body? Fresh body. There we go.
No matter the question asked, the old woman's mumblings were unintelligible. Such is the price of immortality, any shred of normality gone. I would get no information from her. The rest was in Semelia's hands. That was the deal. She struggled clearly, to save or to sacrifice. Blood or no, the girl couldn't hide her muddled feelings for the crone. It was because she was blood that the woman had caused her such woe. I couldn't help but speak up. You waver! Stay your hand! Semelia hadn't even been allowed to take Avalon's ordeal. So she had no way of knowing. Sacrificing one with whom you share a strong bond bears a price. The scars left upon the soul are deeper than she could know.
You don't know what I...
She drew a deep breath, then exhaled. Her wry smile returned.
But... no matter. You're right. Thank you.
An awkward line from her spoken through a hesitant smile. It was a glimpse of Semelia the girl, not Red Hood the legend.
Well, well. No one's ever told the terrible Red Hood what to do before.
She spun the apple as she walked away, glancing back at me.
I'll repay this kindness. You have my word, as a member of Grimm.
I really should have known. For I knew the tavern where we met was a favored haunt for their numbers.
Consider this my thanks.
A plume of
hey,
white
hello.
smoke rose from behind her. It engulfed the area in an instant. My mind felt bathed in white. I collapsed into the sensation. A strange voice echoed from nowhere in particular. For a suitable price, your wish will be granted. A white vessel. Hung in the air before me, a relic to grant one's any desire. And the source of countless monsters consumed by them. The sacred chalice. The woman in your arm, is she to be your wish? It spoke as if it knew all my heart's desires. An image flashed before my eyes. Her face, as I'd last seen it. If you would see her again, make your sacrifice. Offer up the Red Girl and...
Okay, there's gotta be better ones that I can use. Ooh, it got bombs now, yay! Also, hey Ren, welcome back once again. White smoke and clear skies. A red garbled Semelia gazes this way. If she is sacrificed, will I see Sortiara again? Is the debt now settled? There was a resignation in Semelia's eyes. I don't mind, if it is your wish.
will sacrificing me make your wish come true? I thought I'd finally made a friend. I'd always put on a brave face. Lay patiently just for my opinion and how I dress and lay patiently all the more for acting bold. You befriended me, even though I'm the Red Hood. Is this what happens when you make friends?
Oh my god, so much. Oh my god, so many, huh? Here we go, yeesh.
My anger boiled over. I bellowed that her joke was in poor taste.
Oops. Then you knew.
Yes, I knew. The fractured apple at her feet betrayed her illusion. An apple shade, to be exact.
I'm sorry. She really meant a lot to you, didn't she?
She seemed genuinely contrite.
Please don't be cross. I had to test you.
Grimm asks one thing of the new. The fortitude to rely on no god.
You passed. You resisted the illusion. You're perfect for Grimm.
I suppose I should have been flattered, but I declined. I have no interest in Grimm's words, nor any prophecy of eternal recursion. Moreover, she'd made a mistake. Had it been the true chalice, I'm not sure I could have denied it. The promise of seeing her again may prove too tempting.
Is a dead woman really so dear to you still?
I raised my right arm in response. She isn't dead. Not to me. She speaks to me still, from within my arm. And I let her words guide me, spurring me onward. My burden, my karma. The third Red Hood wore a pout on her lips.
Really? It's hardly fair someone should be immune to the Red Hood's wiles.
Her cowl traced a bright red arc as she turned to leave.
I suppose that means I need practice. Next time, though, just you wait.
She swore to avenge her pride one day, a broad grin on her face.
A change has occurred on one of the pages. Have a look. can now relive a pact. Rewrite your affiliation to experience quests as a member of another group. But remember, the author of this journal will always be a sorcerer of Avalon. You can change the sorcerer's affiliation, but it won't change the sorcerer's life. These tumultuous tales can't be rewritten completely. So, keep that in mind. A change has occurred on one of the pages. Have a look.
I forgot what I was wanting to do here. I'm just skipping through the pages. Oh, I remember now.
I'm unsure why, but I laughed out loud. My abdomen split open, and my entrails came loose. I rushed to gather my exposed intestines before it was too late. My flesh rotted, my nails and teeth fell out. What maniacal design was this? Soon, I found that I was surrounded by monsters. But no matter. She thirsted for blood, Sortiara did, from within my right arm.
No rumor notes, rip. Dear God, I'm hungry. It's been several years since the ordeal. I have a new partner now. Yet not a day goes by when I don't think back on the way she smiled. My memories are becoming vague. I remember things that surely could not have happened. Perhaps Sortiara's memory has started to eat away at me.
what was this? My stomach, my nails, my teeth. There was nothing wrong with them at all. But what? My stomach?
Oh, I need to stop skipping.
My stomach, my nails, my teeth. There was nothing wrong with them at all. I was losing my mind. The world began to spin.
Are you all right?
I saw a vision of my partner. It made sense. The familiar face helped me regain composure. I knew it. It was her curse again. The monsters, my mutation. It was all in my mind. The bloodlust bubbling in my right arm occasionally pushes me to the limits of sanity. I knew then that I had precious little time. 13 days until the end of the world.
This entry was made years after the ordeal. In the interim, our dear protagonist has been distraught, agonizing over the sacrifice of Sortiara. And now this foreboding talk about the end of the world.
The old man can no longer speak. He has a gift, but for it he pays a great price. He ages at an inhumanly quick pace. Yesterday, when he could still just manage to speak, he told me this.
Do not stray from this place, no matter what.
I followed his instructions, and ferocious monsters appeared here. Yes, I see. It was not for our safety. It was for the hunt.
I'm really gonna switch to Avalon for this this first run. The old man said he would watch me from a distance. Well, I suppose I should come clean. That old man is now my partner. The price I have paid for sacrificing Sortiara is unprecedented in its brutality. Sortiara is no ordinary sorcerer. Sadness, such bitter sadness. So bloody miserable. The world, its absurdity, so full of inequality.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Nice to see you finally showed up. Hey.
Yeah, sorry, I was busy at this thing called, a job.
Yes, I know. I wish I had one of those.
So how's the stream going?
It's going pretty okay, although I'm pretty sure, like, I keep getting bots in my chat.
Well, that's just kind of Twitch in general, like, what is it? In between the, like, the odd, like, person that shows up, you will get a bot or two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Hey, I'm gonna share a funny. So, this is an original post that's been that went around earlier today, like, you know, people just pointing out, like, what is it, Twitter and how kind of shitty it is.
Yeah.
Mostly the poly market thing, which, I mean, yeah. If you look at it, it's like, yeah, I hate that. Somebody decided to do something good and actually make this.
Time resumes.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
The damn Joe jokes.
Okay.
The look of the baby looks sadder on the United States one. It's kind of funny.
Well, I mean that's kind of what the idea is doing. It's one of those anti-vax like kind of posts.
Yeah. The quality of life is lesser in the United States, and there's also more vaccines. Coincidence? I think not. I don't know.
Well, it's a lot. Yeah, it's this thing called misinformation goes. You know, what is it? You know, there's like 100 things going wrong in the United States, and conveniently, like and like they're just trying to blame it on literally anything but the actual real problem.
Yeah.
And I think like the whole idea with like the vaccines, I'm pretty sure like the reason why there's so many like little ones is because like people kept making a hissy fit with like how much like the intensity of like some of the vaccines like they were like years ago. So I wouldn't be shocked if like, oh, they give you like a bunch of small injections. It's like, yeah, you probably complain about the big one. If they gave you one big injection, you'd be complaining about that too.
Yeah. I don't know, something like, oh, why did I have to give it to us all at once or something? I don't know what they would pull out of their ass, but they'll think of something.
Yeah.
His face came alive. He grew younger. The old man extends his own life by sacrificing monsters. Without sacrifices, he would not last more than 3 days. That is the price that he pays for his gift. He is my partner. He is Magusa. He also has a gift that allows him to catch glimpses of the future. We complement one another. The monsters that I must kill to quench my bloodlust allow Magusa to reverse his aging. At the moment, we have a certain objective. 12 days until the end of the world.
What we have seen is a depiction of Magusa in the distant past. Now, he rules this world of ours. What do you think could have led to this?
What you doing?
Yeah. Watching the stream and what is it? Just skimming through socials.
Yeah, that's fair.
It has been several years since I met Magusa. We were both tormented by accursed bodies. And since then, we have traveled far and wide together, with our sights on a common goal. Those who do not know Magusa feel that he is unpredictable. We were well on our way, but then Magusar spoke.
My son awaits me. I must go home.
And so it was that our course was changed. But soon the whispers began. She spoke to me through my right arm. Macabre thoughts threatened to overcome me. I had to feel...
Alright, let me also share the stream again.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I'm sharing the stream again.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I try to share it in other places, but, you know, I can't make people care, you know? The soul in my arm is changing form, growing restless. One arm spurring a monstrous transformation is rare, but not unheard of. Magusar's premonitions come to him while he is sleeping, and offer only partial glimpses of the future. Difficult though they are to believe, I dare not doubt them. I feel the hand of another, guiding me.
My premonitions. I have them that I may change the future.
Oh damn it, I forgot to change my faction again. Oh well.
Will you sacrifice them?
Dang it, you hate it when like the faction doesn't change.
Ah.
No, I have pleasure.
Anything else? Come on.
You sacrifice them or save them.
So like I see those two PNGs of like the hands and stuff. Like what do you do when you like what is it, save and sacrifice?
Okay, okay, it's explained early on in the stream, so maybe you can like go back and watch the VOD, but in short, it really depends on which faction you're on. Right now my faction is Avalon, so sacrificing refreshes your offerings, meaning you can cast spells more often. And saving means you regain health, but that's only in the Avalon faction. And in the Sanctuarium faction, it's saving refreshes your offerings, and sacrificing enhances your magic, like gives you a power boost. And then there's a third faction called Grim, where you leave it up to fate, basically flipping a coin to see if the monster is saved or sacrificed, and that is what renews your offerings. But the saving restores health, and sacrificing energizes enhances your magic. I guess I can show you here in a minute.
I mean, so it basically just gives you it varies from like whatever kind of, like, I guess you could say faction or like setup your character has. I guess it's like changes the character's class.
I guess you could say that. That's one way to say it.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll show you later after this part.
The massacre of the monsters helped calm my murderous right arm. And with each passing day, the bloodlust becomes harder to satiate. I am not far from becoming a monster myself.
Come, we must go from here.
Magusar was ready, determined to see this son of his as quickly as possible. Wonderful. What a partner. Now, as for Magusar's son...
Okay, I think we've achieved the point of having too many roguelike deck builders, because I'm seeing a roguelike deck builder for a pinball game.
No son ever
yeah, I think I saw
existed in the
that.
first place.
Guys, I think we've gone too far. We need to stop.
Maybe.
The world.
Oh shit,
How
go
long
back.
before real life becomes a roguelike deck builder?
The author of this journal spent countless days and nights with Magusa. Magusa had become a dear friend. So, read on.
And the other thing I found was AI generated. Okay, that's great.
Great. Okay, let me show the portrait thing.
So I'm
here we
getting
have
like
the
an eye
fact-
for this kind of stuff now because like like what is it? I saw like the promotional art and it looked, hey, that looked kind of weird. Scroll down, AI generated. Okay, yeah, that explains it.
Yeah. Okay, so these are the factions I was talking about. You got Avalon, sacrifice all monsters to may your sins purify the world. Scoring basis results favor sacrifice. So then you have the results at the bottom. Sacrifice with new offering, save, restore health, fate, energize body, which just makes you faster. Then there's Sanctuarium, which is what I prefer to play as. Unto all life, salvation. Unto every creature, mercy. Scoring basis results famous. Bless you.
Yeah,
Results favor salvation. Yeah, no problem. Sacrifice enhanced magic, save renew offering, fate energized body, and then there's Grim. In all things neutrality, let man take up the reins of history. Scoring base is fixed. If lucky, a bonus reward is added. Sacrifice enhanced magic, save, restore health, fate renew offering. And basically what this basically like sacrifice just means like when you kill a monster, technically it's not dead yet. It just reverts to its original form. So at that moment you can choose to sacrifice it, so just kill it, save it, which puts it back to life, or leave it to fate, which is just like a coin toss to determine whether they live or die. There's more to it, but I'm just like I'm just abbreviating on the detail. I'm just abridging the details a bit, so we're not here for 10 hours.
Dang, the lore. Okay, that lore goes very deep, I see.
I'm probably exaggerating, but yeah, it is a bit more complicated than that. That's why I take the time to read all those lore pages.
You would have a field day with the modern Doom games. Like I think almost every enemy in the like modern Doom games have a lore entry built around them.
Yeah, I probably would like it.
Those who sacrifice their lives.
And then you'd have to play the game where you just like point and shoot.
Yeah.
The soul of the victim flows through one's right arm, along with their memories, their emotions.
Are you familiar with Supergiant, the games made by Supergiant?
I don't believe so.
Oh wait, they're the guys who made Hades.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of their older games. I think it was. Let me check. I know it's in my Steam library because I am the type of person to kind of look into their whole like catalog. One of their games, Transistor. There's a gameplay mechanic where they just randomly they incorporate like getting like the backstory on a bunch of characters, and you can only do it by like playing the game in a particular way in order to get the full backstory on a whole bunch of characters.
Oh yeah.
It is very, very interesting. It's it's also my least favorite of the Supergiant games, but that's mostly just because I'm not a fan of the turn-based combat, pseudo turn-based combat.
Yeah. Turn the page. There. There we go.
On rare occasions, the memories of the victim entangle with one's
Dang,
own.
Why you know flip page?
Magusa has no son by blood. It was likely a memory inherited from a monster. It happened 2 days ago. We claimed a victim, and its memory must have seeped into Magusa. Foreign as it may be, this memory had driven Magusa to seek a son who is not his own. Such is the bond of family. We neared the town where his supposed son lived.
Orcs. I didn't read the lore entry on these guys yet. Alright. Cats are very shrewd animals. When they cannot beat someone, they will join them, such is their relationship with humans. Likewise, they only pick fights when they are certain to come out on top. This is why they prey on mice. For cats, mice exist only to be eaten. But then something changed. The cat's dominance was suddenly challenged. Creatures known as goblins appeared, evolved from mutated rats. Years of pent-up rage were unleashed as the goblins attacked the cats. The cats didn't stand a chance. But one cat with a keen sense of smell picked up on a strange scent from the goblins. It was the smell of sorcery, the power that humans feared so much. The cat cast its mind back. The smell was familiar. The humans who dressed in strange garb. Sorcerers. Yes, they smelled like this. The shrewd cat decided that if it could absorb this strangely scented sorcery, it too might gain the power of those mutated rats had. When sorcerers cast spells, they leave traces of magic in the ether. This is absorbed by trees and grass and animals, birds and like. This cat knew what it had to do, and began to hunt birds and lizards that lived in places touched by magic. Before long, other cats followed its lead. The cats hunted without cease, slowly absorbing sorcery within their bodies, and so a mutant form of cat came to be. A cat that could stand its ground against goblins. The rats had managed to turn the tables on the cats, but before long, the cats had reasserted their superiority. Yet this tale doesn't end there. The cats began to grow bolder. Before long, they were attacking humans. Cats were not pets from any affection they held towards man. No, now that they had sorcery on their side, there was no longer anything to be gained from their former masters. This new creature was even shrewder than the cat. Just as they had absorbed traces of magic, the cat creatures knew they could devour prey to obtain its power. The mutated cats applied these lessons and began to feed on humans. They found their flesh nutritious and savored it, which brought about another discovery. The closer a cat had been to a human, the tastier the flesh, and the greater the power absorbed. And so cats came to learn in their own way about greed and its consequences. Now, which man does a cat share the closest bond with? Why, its master, of course. And so these monstrous cats feed on those who love them most. In time, this creature became known as an orc, and is hated by all of mankind. Yeah, so these are the kind of lore entries you can expect from most of the monsters.
Dang.
I know Steffi would hate that. The bloodlust I inherited from Sortiara led to my meeting Makassar, as though her ghost continues to pursue me. My memories are vague. The more I sacrifice, the more my victims' memories eat away at my own. I am turning into someone else.
We will soon meet, my son. We must hurry.
His quotes are also my son, he knows. Alright. Kitty kitties. I hate that my mic can't pick up the meows. It really sucks. Meow. Wait, it is picking it up. It just can't handle my more realistic meows.
Sacrifice them or save them.
reached the village, but were met with no welcome and no sign of life. The damage to the structures suggested the work of monsters. On one corner, Magusar stopped in his tracks. At his feet lay a small toy.
Oh.
It must have belonged to a child. Heaven help that child now.
Aw.
Magusar peered intently at the toy. Perhaps he knew from the very beginning that this memory of a son was not his own. Perhaps
I think he knew,
but could not help himself. Fond memories are exalting. Sad memories wrench at the heart. It matters not whose memories they are. Magusar still had their memories. He could see his son playing with the toy that rested at his feet. He studied it for some time. Then a tear ran down his cheek. 10 days until the end of the world.
Your memories, meshed with those of another, could mean you begin to lose sight of who you are. Before long, you may be someone else, just like Magusar.
Over here. Here we go.
Why do we hunt monsters? Because it is the sorcerer's calling to hunt down monsters and protect the peace. And that's what we are taught. But one cannot easily set aside one's feelings. I thirst for blood. Magusar thirsts for victims. Our next target appeared at the very spot that Magusar predicted. I was overcome with the urge to kill. My thoughts were overcome by a dark bloodlust. I relished my mercilessness. I felt empowered.
Elven Queen, alright? It's the same as the Elven Vale. The bottom of the valley had once lain barren and lifeless. Then a single seed floated down, and before long, a dandelion appeared. In time, the valley floor became a sea of dandelions. However, the dandelion seeds cannot escape from the valley. Encircled by high cliffs, the seeds cannot float free, but only fall again to the valley floor. Within these confines, only a certain number of dandelions could thrive. Within all living things is a desire to leave as many offspring as possible. But the dandelions of the valley could not satisfy this need. One day, a woman lost her footing and fell from one of the cliffs into the valley. Now, a fall from such a great height would normally prove fatal, but the woman landed on a bed of dandelions and survived. Though she was covered in blood, she did not appear to be injured. When the woman came to her senses, she gazed around her in astonishment. She saw the impossibility of clawing her way out. Walking the valley floor, she found naught but dead ends. She was trapped. The relief she had felt upon realization of her survival quickly turned to anxiety, yet it was perhaps for the best. Even if she managed to climb out of the valley, her life was still as good as over. The woman thought about all she had been through. For as long as she could remember, she had wanted children, but her hopes had gone unanswered, and the years had gone on by without her ever becoming a mother. Upon seeing a woman with children, she seethed with envy. Unable to control her emotions, she had resorted to measures somewhat drastic to fulfill her desire. The fate that had now befallen her must be divine justice. The woman grew more frail. If she should ever be reborn, she hoped she would have children in her next life. The woman prayed as her eyes closed. No sooner had her eyes shut than she heard a curious sound. She was not imagining it. She could hear it clearly. When she opened her eyes, she saw a mysterious chalice floating in the air. It told her she could have her heart's desire if she was willing to pay the price. As her world grew dim, the woman made her wish. A dandelion seed fell on the woman, and in no time it began to grow. The flower's roots spread beneath the woman's skin, and it grew nutrients from her blood as it blossomed. The color and shape of the dandelion that grew from the woman's body was different from any flower that had been before. In finding each other, both woman and dandelion were changed. An impossibility within the confines of that barren valley had occurred. Life had taken on a completely new form. A woman and a dandelion had merged. Though they came from entirely separate species, they shared the same desire to reproduce. The flowers flourished all over the woman's body, eventually covering her in the soft down of dandelion seeds. These seeds separated from their stems and grew white wings, which let them flutter in the air. Perhaps this had transpired from the instinctive desire within the seeds to fly beyond the confines of the valley. The seeds could fly about the valley on their own, but wanted to be close to the woman, and so nestled around her body. The woman felt a deep warmth within her. She realized that these were her children. She had finally become a mother. She called her children elves. The woman and these elves made the valley their home, a kind of kingdom for the dandelions. The woman finally knew true happiness. She had all she desired, and began to forget the life she had once led outside the valley. Then one day, one of the elves attempted to scale the cliff face and escape the valley. The woman, now calling herself the Elven Queen, scolded her child, saying that none were permitted to leave. The woman knew that if her children began to leave the valley, she would awaken from her beautiful dream. She dreaded to think of what might become of her. But the elves' curiosity remained strong, though the queen told them time and again not to stray from her sight. Then, unknown to his mother, one elf finally managed to climb out of the valley, and others soon followed in his wake. The queen was beside herself. Some of the elves that had left the valley had not returned. She was terrified that something had happened to her children. She could not rest until she knew they were safe. But she was aware that leaving the valley was dangerous. She could not tell what would happen if she ventured back into the outside world. Conflicting emotions raged within the woman. In the end, her maternal instinct won out, and she decided that she must leave the valley. She gathered all of her children and carried them on her back, forming a giant pair of wings. She flew out of the valley. As she flew through the air, she saw the familiar sight of the city where she had been born and raised. She had forgotten, or rather she had tried to forget, but now the memories rushed back to her. She remembered how she had been pursued, how she had been trapped, and how she had lost her footing and fallen into the valley. Everyone must have thought that she had died. No doubt they had all been glad to see the back of her, for she had been a notorious kidnapper. Now the woman returned to the city of her birth. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Her very blood called out. There was no denying it. There was something special about human children. She longed for one deep down. This dark desire overwhelmed her, and she began to search for children once again. In the old days, she considered this as natural as breathing. She had always been alert, always looking. She felt a tug of desire whenever she saw a child, if only he or she was her own. And then, if she judged them worthy, she would take the child and treat it as her own. How many times had she done this? It had been the 13th attempt that ended in her fall. As she saw the child before her, she made up her mind. She would take this child with her back to the valley. Then she would plant dandelions on its body. That way a whole new type of elf would surely be born. This is how it began, and the Elven Queen continues to spirit children away to this day. Compelled by my bloodlust, I dispose of living beings as though they were nothing. It sickens me. Someone stop me, please. The desire for an ordinary body, a desire we both share, a yearning that binds us tightly to each other. Because of the chalice, monsters burden the world. A legend that grants, fulfills one's desire, though the price can be very dear indeed.
We will put an end to it, by any means necessary. pleasure of this sacrifice.
Okay.
The beast must be put to death. Our survival depends on it.
These are my children. Elves born of dandelions. How I long for children. Now my wish is granted. How many times have I told you? Don't leave the valley!
Stay focused.
Where have they gone?
May I have the pleasure of this sacrifice. Good. Keep this up.
Where are they? Where? Come back! I left the valley to seek my children. I was mistaken to do so.
Careful. Be on your guard. Those wounds of yours need to be treated.
I should not have returned to the city. I did not wish to remember.
Our foe is struggling.
I was consumed by envy. Our snatched children.
These are mere scratches.
All I wanted was children. Human children.
Okay. This is.
Yeah, I'm fine.
this
I'm
is
just
getting
reading
very-
this.
No, this is. These descriptions are getting very, very weird.
Yeah. When you're killing these archfiends as their health goes down, they start recounting like what happened in their backstory, which is part of the reason why I read the lore.
Dang. I level up in freaking the dual pass and master duel, but then I'm at level 67. Can't believe it. I'm actually doing good, but then also I have the dumb number. Oh well.
the monster was sacrificed. And Magusar's aging reversed immediately.
That was the one, I'm certain.
The memory of a monster had revealed the downfall of the town.
That's who killed my son.
We went through the ruins, in search of traces, in search of whoever did this. We felt it our mission to purge this guilty beast. And yet, this would not appease the ire of the poor souls who were sacrificed by our hands. But, as we all know, perhaps we felt the need to pray for the souls of...
Okay, let me go.
The human heart is not so simple a matter. Perhaps we felt the need to pray for the souls of the dead. How easy things would be if we could be rid of emotion. But we are not monsters after all. The moment the bloodlust of my right arm overcomes me, I will transform into a monster. I know this because my prophetic partner has told me so. I have 9 days remaining. My only wish is to live as humanly as possible my few remaining days. If this is hypocrisy, so be it. 9 days until the end of the world. Several days later, Magusar clung to the toy that we found, holding it close. How deeply can memories come to affect us? How vividly they stay with us, even if they are not our own.
About now, the sanity of the author begins to erode. Could Sortiara's soul in the sorcerer's right arm be the cause? The journal describes the author's transformation into a monster. You have been warned. It's no pleasant tale.
Then, I will have to kill you.
Magusar proclaimed this when I very first met him. One day, a sorcerer would become a monster and slaughter many lives. Magusar saw the sorcerer in a vision, and he searched near and far for this threat to life. And who did he find? Me. At first, I refused to believe it, but few of Magusar's predictions are far off. The bloodlust in my right arm is so strong, it might overcome me. A monster appears before me. It looks quite luscious, like a heavenly feast that has been delivered to my doorstep.
Cyclops, alright. There was once a town that was famous for producing excellent blacksmiths. Even in this town, however, there was one blacksmith who stood out as best of all. Though the weapons he made looked rather unrefined, they were always sturdy and sharp. He reasoned that weapons were designed to maim and kill, and as such did not require decoration. His weapons were the best. Despite his humble nature, the man knew this to be true. And yet it seemed the world did not agree with him. In terms of popularity, he was always a distant second. Customers preferred weapons forged by another blacksmith, a gentle and significantly younger blacksmith. The younger blacksmith's weapons truly dazzled, captivating potential customers. But for the blacksmith deemed to be in second place, these were scarcely real weapons at all. Weapons were for killing, not for dressing up and showing off. He grew frustrated and decided that something must be done. In the days that followed, the blacksmith worked with renewed zeal and vigor. He had to prove to the world that he was the best. He worked himself to the bone, and yet nothing changed. Customers still preferred the other blacksmith's trinkets. The reason was simple. The younger man's work had become more refined and polished than ever. Even the old blacksmith realized that his rival had overwhelming talent. But consumed by envy, his pride prevented him from an actual admission. Heavy drinking ensued, and his health began to deteriorate as a result. One day, as he lay suffering in his bed, a strange vision befell him. A chalice appeared before his eyes, shrouded in a pure white glow. It spoke to him in soundless words. If you wish to fulfill your desire, make an offering. The more valuable your offering, the greater the fulfillment. The blacksmith felt a rare confidence swelling up inside him. He was sure that if he obeyed the voice, his heart's desire would be fulfilled. Alas, he soon realized that he did not have a suitable offering. He had already sold everything he owned and spent the money on drink. Suddenly, the blacksmith had a thought. There was something he could offer, something close to hand. His flesh. He decided to give an eye as his offering. He had 2 of them, after all. Losing one would be of no consequence. He needed both his arms and legs for his work, but an eye was a small price to pay. The pain was unbearable, and the blacksmith writhed in agony on the floor. He contracted an intense fever that did not subside for several weeks. But it was a small price to pay indeed, for what he had crafted was no ordinary weapon. It was a trident, covered in countless twitching eyeballs. Once thrown, it guided itself toward its targets. It never missed. The blacksmith convulsed with delight. He had created his masterpiece. Once the world saw this, he would finally be recognized for his talent. Alas, he couldn't have been more wrong. No one wanted to buy a weapon that with such unsettling looks. The blacksmith grew angry. Still, people refused to see the true value of his work. The worst of it was the blacksmith knew exactly why his weapons were unpopular, and the reason enraged him. They're just ugly, people would say. The blacksmith decided to take action. It was several days before they found the knight's body. An eyewitness reported that he had been murdered by a one-eyed monster, and slaying its victim, the beast had raised his weapon high, as though putting it on display for all to see. This is what became of the blacksmith. A weapon's value is determined only by the number of lives it claims, and so remains the blacksmith's belief, even as the monster he has become. The trident no doubt seeks its latest victim even now, and will continue to do so until the blacksmith receives the recognition he so craves. Ever since we met, Makazar seemed oddly familiar, as if our journey began long, long ago. Makazar had a premonition, one in which a crazed sorcerer stood alone in a ravaged world. He said the sorcerer looked just like me. Makazar had told no one but me about his premonition of the apocalypse. He says that everything will be fine if we can change the future.
We have known each other a long time now.
Alright. Triton.
The beast must be put to death. Our survival depends on it.
Oh, kobolds. No, come back here. Ah, oh. I got it. Nice.
This sacrifice.
Weapons are tools for killing. And none rival my own, huh?
These are mere scratches. You sacrificed them or saved them.
I see another kobold.
May I have the pleasure of this sacrifice. You sacrifice them or save them.
Yet my work goes unappreciated. You know, they prize only the gaudy. Get away, get away. Alright. Why will they not see my worth? Why? Why?
You when I upload the funniest joke on the internet and it only gets like 2 likes.
Oh. No, I see it too. He had incredible talent. Oh.
Stay focused.
Ow. Cobalt. Die.
You sacrifice them or save them. May I have the pleasure of this sacrifice. Keep this up.
So sacrifice this. One of my eyes. A small price to pay.
Oh my god, sacrifice? That's like the name of the game. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're here to
Huh?
sacrifice a lot in this game.
He said it, he said it.
Yeah, he said it.
Hey, what are you doing, Brack?
What the fuck?
At least I'm not drinking Brian. I think my favorite edit is crack, 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 crack,
Yeah.
crack. What the fuck?
Crack.
Those wounds of yours need to be treated.
I've done it. My masterpiece. Yet. Ah, dang.
I would expect nothing less from you.
You will recognize my achievements. You can... You cannot call my art ugly.
Stay focused.
Your art is, hideous.
Haha.
Got him.
Our enemy is strong. We must be on our guard.
Oh god. I hate this dicking to the ground attack. He always does it.
Our enemy is strong. We must be on our guard. Those wounds of yours need to be treated. Our foe is struggling.
I'll show them. By my trail of blood, they shall see. Weapons are made to kill.
Our enemy is strong. We must be on our guard.
These are mere scratches.
Frost do be, pretty durable. Are you playing like a harder variant of it? Because I'm looking at the gameplay on Twitch and I'm like, wow, that is, that health bar is decreasing like 1 pixel at a time.
The what?
Oh no, that's your health bar, never mind.
Ah, fuck.
Ooh.
There we go.
Let us finish this.
Did it.
I did it.
How do you feel now that you defeated that random guy who kept going on about his art?
I don't know. I'm just glad the fight's over with because I don't like fighting the Cyclops.
You unlock the new challenge. You get to fight the Cyclops again.
The very thought of my own insatiability makes me sick. Could this be how Sortiara felt all that time?
Your body is quite a burden.
I am not the only one in trouble. He ages so bloody fast he can hardly stay mobile. I only want to be normal again. That was a wish that we both shared. Magusar would often tell me,
One can change the future.
I must dispel Sortiara's curse while there is still time. If I fail, then before I transform into that terrible beast, I am promised a swift death at the hands of Magusar. 8 days until the end of the world. What state of mind would you be in if you were told that you would soon become a monster? The author of this journal describes this very predicament. He may want to share it with someone. The Sacred Chalice. The legendary chalice is said to grant a wish, anything one desires. I could use the chalice to cleanse my accursed flesh. Little is known about the magical chalice, only that it appears before those
Or,
with
you know, you could use the
insatiable
chalice as a really good drinking cup. You ever think of that?
We have devised our own theory. For each monster we kill, we draw closer to the chalice. This is what kept us going. But our victims had to be arch-fiends. Monsters that were once human. Perfect for us, considering our boundless thirst for blood.
Makassar says he doesn't remember his age. After all, as long as he continues to take other people's lives, he'll live forever. Makassar told me he was tired of his special body. I just want to be normal, he said. Though his reasons differ from mine, Makassar desires the chalice as well.
My premonitions. I have them that I may change the future.
I'm more than ready to give up my life. This can't be. Somebody help me.
Those wounds of yours need to be treated.
Sacrifice that thing.
You sacrifice them or save them. The beast must be put to death. Our survival depends on it.
Stay with me.
Stay focused.
To live is to suffer. Sadness. Such bitter sadness. So bloody miserable.
People who spend all day on Twitter be like,
Good. Keep this up.
So full of inequality. Will someone help me? See how I suffer.
Looks like the enemy's had it.
Will this never end? Haven't I suffered enough?
I wonder if his backstory is like he basically just he had to wait like 5 extra minutes for his coffee or something.
Ha 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 ha. Is there too much to ask? Everyone, be happy.
This monster belonged to a variety of humanoid slime. Those who transformed into monsters were devoured irreversibly by their own greed. And what did they seek in their avarice? The sacred chalice, of course. Then we made the connection. The memories of monsters may contain clues that could lead us to the chalice. We can absorb their memories by giving their lives in sacrifice.
No good. Nothing new.
Most of the memories claimed from our victims are vague and opaque. The sacred chalice appears far out of reach after all. Magusar and I had traveled together for years by now. Magusar sighed, but from out of nowhere, we heard a cackle from afar. 7 days until the end of the world. The sacred chalice offered the chance to restore the body to the two friends who needed this. No one ever wanted this as much. Go on, read for yourself. This was not the first time I had met this sorceress. Her name is Illicebra. Illicebra claims that she is despondent over Magusar's rejection of her. Perhaps that explains why she detests me. Because I stand at Magusar's side instead of her. She had besieged us several times before. The slime that we now faced was also her work.
I am so lonely. Come, let us die together.
I had heard that line before. Illicebra refuses to die alone. She claims to have been Magusar's former partner, but I am not ready to believe that.
In the Japanese dub, her name is Morgan Le Fay.
Okay.
Okay, let's check out the area. Oh. Even the smallest of smudges, or the subtlest of stains, was a source of contempt. His fastidiousness was extreme, near pathological, but it was that tireless desire to clean up the city which saw him rise through the ranks of public service to console. His love of cleanliness is not without a cause, however. As a young boy, he had been anything but tidy. Something of a wild child, he would return home from a hard day of playing covered head to toe in mud. His mother would greet him at the door with a gentle smile, and gently wipe away the dirt he had accrued. It was the death of that loving mother that marked the end of his youth. A trifling cut in her hand had refused to close. In time, it swelled, then festered. First her claimed her arm, then her life. No one could ascertain the cause, but the boy knew it all began with a cut upon her hand. The very hand she had used to wipe the dirt from her son, despite her injury. Having lost his mother at a sensitive age, he came to dwell on this thought. It was the grime she scrummed with me that sullied her hands and took her life. He had no proof yet still that doubt, that guilt, was etched deep within his subconsciousness. From that point on, he only knew peace when he was clean. An unshakable link between dirt and his mother's death saw to that. Before long, idiosyncrasy gave way to obsession. In the days that followed his appointment as consul, his quirks played out on the city streets. Sullying public property brought a stiff fine, littering a night in jail. Those unable to maintain proper hygiene were banished. No exceptions were made. Yet even that was not enough. The slightest smirch upon his pristine streets gnawed at him. A single fallen hair brought down waves of nausea. The conclusion was clear. Even the most diligent of cleaning can never hope to outpace the spread of grime. No, filth must be stopped at its source. Long and careful consideration brought the man to his answer. It was the city's citizens who served as agents of filth. It was hopeless then, he saw. So long as humans inhabited it, this city would never know the cleanliness he craved. The sense of defeat was crushing. Filth was his great nemesis, the killer of his beloved mother. The war he'd waged against it had been a subconscious campaign of revenge from the start. Yet vengeance would never be his. Defeat gave way to desolation. As the hope drained from him, a strange glow appeared. A chalice stood before him. These words echoed in his ears. If you would see your wish granted, its price must be paid. The man took action at once. He called for the entire sullied populace to gather in the city's largest square, and there he sacrificed them all. From their gathered flesh, a huge cadaverous urn took form, and from its lips an endless stream of water poured. On contact with the streets below, it foamed and roiled, and the city was washed and immaculate clean. And little wonder. Human fat always has made the finest soaps. The purifying water flowed and flowed until the entire city was buried beneath the flood. At long last, the man could rest assured of the city's spotlessness, and yet still left an indelible mark upon his mind. Now, with all the city's grime washed clean, he saw it all too clear. It was never the dirt around him he sought to be rid of. It was the ghost of his mother, the guilt of knowing that it was him, his filth, that had killed her. Had he only been a neater child, the desire to right the wrongs of his past had driven him all this while, and now he saw that he was his own sullied youth he wished to cleanse. The city and its people were naught but a barren surrogate, and saw too that no effort, no action could ever grant him his true desire. He knew the only way to be free of his past was to wash his very existence away. His resolve set, he willingly scaled the massive urn and took his place as part of it. The city had lost its final citizen, yet still the waters pour, even now, and the city remains pristine in perpetuity. Okay, Aquarius. I like how it's called Aquarius. Water bearer. Magusar must hold some special attraction. Lucibra has just been following him for a while now. He simply won't give up. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Ren?
Okay, I was just saying, yeah, it's a fitting name.
You need to stay with Magusar. The voice has been telling me that from the beginning, and when I see Lucibra, the voice only grows louder.
Now I'm gonna hop off the call for a bit, is that alright?
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, see you.
See you later.
Have fun with the stream.
Thank you.
I want to die alongside you. So, why did you abandon me? What about the lovely Shed? Was I not the perfect partner?
You are unstoppable.
In spite of all that, how could you? How could she take my place? You think her better than me? I won't forgive this slight. I'd sooner die than live without you. And then let us die together.
There she goes.
Like the way she affectionately refers to Magusar.
You will want to meet me again, I know. You'll come and seek me.
Saying this, Illicebra left us be. She gives me a strange feeling. Magusar tells me that they have no past whatsoever as partners.
Just who is she?
A perfect stranger. That is what Magusar says. But eerily, the expressions of love and hate that Illicebra directs at Magusar feel deeply sincere. Is it only me who feels unease when I see this mysterious sorceress? 7 days until the end of the world.
Now we have met Illicebra. She claims to have been Magusar's former partner. But he says otherwise. Is Illicebra a liar? A madwoman? Or both? Read on to learn the truth.
I suppose it was no surprise we fell for Illicebra's trap. We now find ourselves in the position of searching for her. You see, she's taken a hostage. It was an intricate ploy. The slime was the bait that lured us in. I never enjoyed dealing with Illicebra. One look at her face and I feel nauseated, and my arm smarts. Just tracking down her hideout weighed heavily upon me.
Rancid egg spider. Alright, let's read on the fruit spiders. Sweet fruit. Its flavor attracts all manner of living creatures. Why is this? Plants reproduce by spreading their seeds over as wide an area as possible. A plant's instinct to reproduce could also be described as desire. So plants manipulate other creatures' desire to fulfill their own. Plant seeds are encased in juicy, sweet flesh. Animals are attracted by this and eat the fruit, swallowing its seeds. Carrying within the animal's body, the seeds are then deposited elsewhere. Fruit is sweet precisely to rouse desire in other animals. This was a characteristic that caused fruit to be looked upon with great envy by one particular type of creature, arachnids. It goes without saying that with most arachnids spin webs in order to catch their prey. In other words, they simply wait for their other creatures to get caught in their traps. Many arachnids felt a certain irritation about the fact that once their web has been spun, they can do nothing but wait. Many dreamed of being able to attract prey in the same way that fruit does. Of course, that would make them more effective predators. And this, in turn, would bring prosperity to their species. If trees could ensure their legacy using the sweetness of fruit, why shouldn't the arachnids do the same? There are in fact many arachnids in the world who have fulfilled this dream. Arachnids who have been influenced by sorcery. If sorcery is used in battle, the land would be exposed to traces of magic. As this magic builds up, it can cause arachnids to mutate. Sorcery can sharpen and strengthen the desire within them, their dreams. Fruit-like protuberances started growing on their bodies, their sweet aroma luring other creatures toward them. Arachnids that started to lure their prey in this way became known as fruit spiders. Fruit spiders use their pungent aroma to entice their prey into the webs they spin. They became much more efficient predators. Food supply was no longer an issue for them. As a result, they became rather gluttonous creatures, growing to be many times larger than ordinary arachnids. Their enormous size meant they could now attack their prey directly, just like any other beast. The ability to hunt in this manner means that, in a sense, they no longer need to spin webs. This may strike you as somewhat odd. Indeed, there is something of a contradiction here. The arachnids first grew the fruit on their bodies to lure other creatures into their webs. Now that they no longer need to lure their prey, the fruit is useless. Despite this, fruit spiders strive to heighten their appeal. They gather nutrients from the prey they capture and feed it to the fruits that grow on their bodies, thus making it ever sweeter. This sweetness was only ever a means to an end, not the end in itself. Similar perhaps to the vanity of human beings, is it not? They compete purely for the satisfaction of being the most beautiful, a form of greed, pure and simple. Fruit spiders are the same. They seek to attract other creatures with sweetness. There is little other reason for it, just a desire to be sweet for sweetness' sake, and this desire can take other forms. Some fruit spiders have lost any trace of their fruit, which has probably been consumed by other creatures. Indeed, it seems the fruit spiders are searching for something which replace it as we speak. They've even begun acting as lanterns, still with the desire to attract creatures, but now using light to lure insects at all. Illicebra has this wrapped around her little finger, and I didn't even realize. Such utterly despicable behavior is exactly what I should have expected from her. Perhaps all the souls and memories I've absorbed are having an effect. I can no longer be certain of my own memories. Even this journal feels like it was written by another's hand.
I'm worried about the hostage. We must hurry.
I'm dead.
Those wounds of yours need to be treated. May I have the pleasure of this sacrifice? I would expect nothing less. Will you sacrifice them or save them? These are mere scratches.
Amazing. Very impressive. You could try to save that.
Oh, come on! I can't even reach it! Oh, now I can reach it. Come on.
We lifted the key memory from the slime that Illicebra set upon us. Illicebra had taken a man's wife hostage. The man loved his wife deeply and was determined to rescue her. These powerful urges transformed the man into a monster, giving birth to that slime. She sold a story to the man and turned him into that humanoid slime. She said his wife would be safe if he killed the sorcerers. We faced him, and he became our sacrifice. Our right arms inherited the man's profound love for his wife. He wished to have her back. Illicebra was beginning to bother me. Her face concerned me. The striking resemblance. I never thought that I would have to see that face again. I wanted to forget, but she will not let me. Illicebra could be her twin. Illicebra perfectly resembles Sortiara, who should be long dead. 7 days until the end of the world.
Can you believe that Illicebra and Sortiara were connected? The encounter with Illicebra was in some way a reunion with Sortiara. Our dear author must have been horrified.
The man that Illicebra used as her pawn must have loved his wife deeply. From within our right arms, the man's soul let out a tragic cry. For she, too, has turned into a terrible beast.
Your husband was killed by a duo of very wicked sorcerers.
Hearing that drove her mad on the spot, and she became a monster.
These are the two who are responsible for your loss. Go ahead. Avenge him.
The soul of the husband who was transformed into a monster dwelled in our right arms. His soul spoke to me through my arm. Save my dear wife. I was torn between choices. A slaughter between lovers. It was a deplorable setup.
Don't forget, our goal, our mission, as sorcerers.
The voice of reason, Magusa.
The only way forward is to kill.
Illicebra excels at taking advantage of people's weaknesses. That couple was so poor, Illicebra knew that. She used it without a second's pause. The wife had transformed hideously, and her husband let out a cry from within my arm. We were flooded with memories, sights and sounds of happier times before this tragic couple.
You must remain focused, even if your heart is split open. The beast must be put to death. Our survival depends on it. Stay focused. These are mere skirmishes.
Good. Keep this up. Stay focused. Those wounds of yours need to be treated. Stay focused. May I have the pleasure of this sacrifice. Our enemy is strong. We must be on our guard. Those wounds of yours need to be treated.
I think I forgot to read the lore for this one. To be honest, I'm just tired of reading. I think I can feel my throat giving out. Stupid spider, get away.
You are unstoppable. Our enemy is strong. We must hold on. Stay focused. This sacrifice. These are mere scratches. Those wounds of yours need to be treated. Our enemy is strong. We must be on our guard. May I have the pleasure of this.
There we go. Alright, there's one thing left I can do. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? There we go. There we go.
Let us finish.
Not yet. The regrets I still have.
And feel the power coursing through.
Oh god, more packs. More sigils.
Before I realized it, Illusibra had walked off. The monster was near death. Magusar made his usual sacrifice of the beast. Circumstances be damned.
This was the only means of ensuring they were reunited.
The monster's carcass turned to mush, and we absorbed it. Straight into our right arms, where the soul of her husband already resided. Where they will meet again. If only as kindred souls. Was this deed a selfish act? Perhaps. But there is little the survivors of the dead can do to atone. Our actions weigh heavily upon us. I have felt an onus ever since the moment I sacrificed Sotiara. If that too was an act of selfishness. I wonder why I can never seem to leave it behind. What can be done so that these lost souls may rest in peace? It is we, the living, who are left to brood on such matters. I feel certain that Illusibra will cause us further difficulty. Magusar was disgusted by her designs to take us with her in death.
We cannot afford to indulge that old crone.
Old crone? Did you say old crone?
Yes, but is she not just that?
Was it only me? Did Illusibra only resemble Sotiara through my eyes? Why did she take the face of Sotiara? Perhaps I am already insane, and am just the last to know. 6 days until the end of the world.
I'm impressed. Very few have managed to read this far. You may stand a good chance after all.
I had heard of Magusar's prescient abilities before I met him. He was well known among sorcerers.
I have found you.
Magusar appeared suddenly before me with a most unsettling proclamation.
One day, you will become a beast and trigger the apocalypse.
He claimed to have come to prevent this grim fate. Now, if that were true, saving the world would not be very difficult.
I wanted to kill you at first, but I had a change of heart. My belief was that no one could ever fully comprehend me. But it occurred to me that with a plight so dire, maybe you could understand me. That at least was my hope.
Magusar invited me to join him. Since we were both aberrations.
Become a beast, and I shall kill you. Your life will be passed on to me. That is my duty as your partner.
He would be my partner, despite the blood on my hands. Magusar could read my thoughts. The guilt from murdering my partner was threatening to overcome me.
No spell can be cast that will cure solitude. And so...
This has been on my mind since the day that I sacrificed Sotiara. Perhaps somewhere deep down, I wished to be forgiven. I held out my hand, and Magusar offered his. We shook hands, and an old sensation returned. A feeling forgotten since parting with Sotiara. And how closely bound are the souls of partners. I strongly felt that this was a man I could trust.
In some demented fashion. Those two were deeply connected, inseparable to one another. But then, that their relationship should end in such a way. Hey, just one thing. It's about your magic and life levels. They have a combined maximum of 100. You can boost them equally, or focus on one or the other. If you want to readjust the balance of the two, you must first lower one of the levels. This change can be made by consuming Lacrima. Be warned. You can use Lacrima to raise a level. But more Lacrima is required to raise a level than to lower it.
Hey. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day now. My throat is worn out, I feel like, from all that reading. Alright. Oh! Didn't mean to do that. Well, thank you for everyone who stopped by to watch me. I don't know when I'll stream again, but I'll try to stream more frequently. I really should be streaming more frequently. Okay. Well.